What a night of action we had last night as the sun goes down in Gibraltar. Time for some Sunday night cricket live from the Rock. Beautiful part of the world. Last night it was crazy. Two real tense games, and I think tonight might deliver as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECSN Gibraltar, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good evening to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network. Big day in Cyprus, the end of Group A. And now, as the sun goes down, it's time to turn the lights on and get ready for the ECS at night in Gibraltar. So coming up tonight, very interesting double-header, I think. We're going to see the Pirates taking on Turk. Do have some toss news. Turk winning the toss and electing to bat in this one a little bit earlier tonight. Now, big news there with Louis Bruce out of the lineup, unavailable tonight, so they will be led by Avinash Pai. Lorne Burns is in there as well. He took 6 for 20, including a spell of 6 for none the other night, including a quintuple wicket made, and only the second time that has happened on ECN. Of course, that was against Sloggers on opening night. Turk split their fixtures, but they did win the one when Avinash Pai and Lorne Burns came into the lineup in match 2. So they're going to be a handful even without Louis Bruce in the side. Pirates, though, tonight, they are led by Andrew Reyes with no Mark Garrett in the lineup. But I've really been impressed with Harry Pyle with his work behind the stumps. And I think he's also going to be a pretty important cog in their batting lineup as well. Let's talk conditions tonight. Now, a pretty windy day. I won't say it was the most pleasant day here on the Rock, but I will say that there's okay conditions, I'd say, kind of in the middle. There's a little bit of wind, but not too much. But let's just see. We know the weather here can be super unpredictable. Right now, it's about 15 degrees, but I do think, whether the wind picks up or not, that will be the determinant of whether the players are kind of feeling comfortable out there or not. Let's get ready for the first ball now as we go over to the central commentary position inside, and the news from the toss. Turk winning the toss, and they've elected to bat.
Tariq to call. Heads is the call. Right there, it's a head.
We would like to bat first.
So welcome from the central commentary position. It's great to have your company. And like I said, it is night number 4. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Just saying a quick hello to Chris Smith as well as Wayne and Kevin. Hello to Steve C. Hello to Cosmic Nana watching from Texas as well, to Viking Bay. Good to see you. Let's go back and have a look at last night's action. It was crazy, the double header, and Sloggers put 95 on the board. It was a bit of a struggle for them. Henschel top scoring with 21. Nobody could get more than that. But Bavaria had their own struggles, 3 for 3 early in that game. But Houghton, the Iceman, does it again. Jamie Riley was player of the match, though, for his all-round performance, 31 and 2 wickets in there as well. Essentially, it was a last ball finish. It was scores tied with a ball to go, and then a wide delivered by Bakari. And that meant that Bavaria got the win. Then Sloggers got their own back in match number 6, 107. They were able to put on the board. Henschel once again top scores, this time with 43. Looks like he could make a big score at some point. But hasn't quite been able to reach the 50 or beyond as yet. Bavaria, again, had a bit of trouble losing wickets along the way. Chawla fought in the later stages with 24. But yeah, the story there, Matt Williams, 5 for 7 to go with his 4 for the other night. And 13 runs in the end, the margin. So 2 pretty close contests. That means the table looks like this. Sloggers have already played half of their matches. Remember, each team will play 8 matches in the group stage. And despite topping the table, they have a negative net run rate. It's pretty unusual. But right now, we're going to see Turk taking on the Pirates. So they're sitting 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Pirates, with a good night, could certainly put some distance between them and the rest. But still plenty of action left in this tournament. Like I said, conditions seem there pretty mild at the moment. You can see the flag in the background. It's a breeze coming off the water. tonight, and so a little bit left to right on your screen, but it's not as windy as it is sometimes. Pirates versus Turk then. You saw the news from the toss. Turk winning the toss, electing to bat. So Avinash Pai leads them tonight with no Louis Bruce in the lineup. Burns listed to open. Horrocks comes in, and he's a very decent addition to that Turk batting lineup as well. And got Hillman behind the stumps for them. Pirates, they certainly will be keen to continue their good start. They go in as underdogs, 42%, but I wouldn't say it's a foregone conclusion at all. And of course, these two teams will meet twice tonight. The sunset, I think we just had it technically, but maybe just a few minutes ago. So you'll see the lights taking over completely pretty shortly. As there's quite a few interesting stories in the lineups tonight. Both teams having a change of captain from the first set of matches, with Mark Garrett out of the lineup for Pirates and Louis Bruce out for Turk. And it is Burns to open up, as listed, but he's not out there with Avinash Pai. He's out there with Alex Hillman. So that's the story. There is the captain for Pirates tonight. He was in the chat last night. Right now he's out in the middle. Andrew Reyes opening up for Pirates with the ball, and he's pretty handy. He's a nagger with the ball, pretty accurate. That's one thing that's been quite outstanding, I think, in this series. If you compare it to some of the cricket we're seeing in Cyprus, the bowlers here haven't given up too many extras. That's quite remarkable given the conditions. Here's Kjeld van Streven in the foreground. He was actually pretty good with the ball when he was called on the other night. So, yeah, Pirates, 7 points out of 8 when we saw them the other night. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. Always nice when we're running a little bit early. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. Shake, rattle and roll. Here we go. As Burns just keeps the first one out, and Reyes spot on first ball. Pirates also have Bernie Burchick in the lineup. Now, he's an American player. I think he's the first American player we've had on ECN, although having said that, he has taken up residence in the Netherlands now. Burns glances away, beats the field, and we've got our first boundary of the evening. So a nice start for Lorne. Let's not forget, Lord Burns, his heroics with the ball the other night, his 6-wicket haul. That was something else. Right now, job to do with the bat. Reyes just getting a little bit too far into the pads that time. Reyes with a comeback ball. Puts an outside off this time. Not a bad shot, but hit straight at Michael Lamon. He's fielded very well in this series, I have to say. So how did everyone spend their Sunday? We'll probably talk about how our Blue Crew spent the Sunday pretty shortly. At least at some point during the night. Well, let's say involved a good old-fashioned Sunday roast. I'm still recovering from it, if I'm completely honest. Hit and run from Hillman. Ooh, it's actually closer than you think. Get through for a single. It's an interesting sort of slide. Watch it here. Oh, would have been close, you know. Run straight from middle stump to middle stump. Yeah, got to mention though, Turek with Lorne Burns in the lineup. It was last year that Burns was playing for Pirates, and he played quite an incredible innings in the final, 43 not out of 28 to get them the win. Yeah, always a bit of player movements across the different teams here in Gibraltar from tournament to tournament. Danny Canepa doing the fielding there. Really enjoyed watching him bat the other night. Yeah, so Lorne with the bat was sensational player of the match in the final last year in the series, but now he's playing against his old team. Reyes comes in, gets pushed down the ground. It's just a push from Burns, but the timing's there. He beats the fielder, so 4 runs. Can't believe this went for 4. He had the fielder back there, but he was just too far around. And it will take us to the end of the over. So 10 without loss after 36 days until the European Cricket League. It is the Champions League of European Cricket, and that means it's 5 weeks tomorrow. Pretty excited. And I know plenty of our viewers are just as excited. That's going to come around in no time at all. And each group has a story. That's what I really like about the way that plays out now. We've come a long way. 35 clubs, each one with a dream to be the champions of Europe. Going back to the lineups here, I talked about Bernie Burchick for Pirates. He's listed to bat at 3, but he's from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I know we've got a lot of USA viewers with the time slot here, so I'm sure they're pretty keen to see what Bernie's bringing to the table. As George Sweeney comes in and starts very well. George being given the new ball. Didn't see him the other night for Pirates. So again, we're seeing a couple of players unleashed into the series. A little bit short. Top edge from Hillman. He doesn't get it at all. And just gets over the fielder. There's George Coward. Couldn't quite judge that again. I said it's not that windy, but it's still pretty windy. This is Gibraltar after all. So those high balls, they're not the easiest proposition. Sweeney digging in the short ball. With this pitch, it's not the quickest pitch. It does sit up. And Burns, he gets a short one. I think that might have gone all the way. No, 4 is signalled. Giannani had a good look at it. Can't really get away with that here. And the wind is kind of going that way. I reckon that's 6, you know. I saw it as 6 live. I think they're going to have to give it 6. Giannani running full pelt. Yeah, I think it's got to be 6. He's given 6 in the end, so Maximo for Burns. Burns heating up. This one comes in towards the thigh pad, and it'll be a leg by. Here's Sweeney. He's impressed me so far, but I do think he just needs to make a slight adjustment to the length he's bowling. A beautiful sky at the moment as day turns into night. Again, in towards the leg stump. Sweeney has been a bit too far into the pad so far, and Hillman smacks him away leg side. That's 4. And that is the way the wind's going tonight. So the other night was night 2, I think, where we had a big cross breeze right to left, but now it's time for the righties to go to town. And Sweeney is new to ECN cricket at least, so it's our first look at him. A good strong action, but like I said, I think location hasn't quite been what he's wanted so far. Hello to everyone watching from the UK. I heard there's a bit of wild weather up there, so everyone stay safe. Last ball the over. Again, a little bit too short, and that's going to be another boundary. So this is very unlike the Pirates the other night. Their bowling was spot on, but a little bit short, a little bit in towards the hip, and that one disappears over the boundary as well. 26 without loss after 2. Let's have a look at the table. Pirates 2-0. In fact, they're the only undefeated team left in the competition. Every other team has dropped at least 1 game. Turk, they lost the first game of the series, but then won the second. Notably, there was no Avinash Pai or Lorne Burns in match 1. Yeah, so today, I've got to say a big happy birthday to Simon from our Blue Crew. He turns 40 today, so we did have a bit of a lunch with the ECN crew here in Gibraltar, and it involved a good old-fashioned Sunday roast. And let's just say the portion sizes were astronomical. So I'm going to try not to nod off. Luckily, ECN cricket doesn't keep you on the edge of your seat. As Wood comes in, was the third over. He was impressive the other night. So they don't go back to Reyes. Unfortunately, Richie Cunningham from the Pirates split his webbing the other night, so he's out of the lineup. He normally provides a bit of a spin option. Harry Pyle behind the stumps. He's done a good job in that position. Wood, full straight. At least that's the kind of ball you can protect. I think so far, if you go back to the last over, kind of short into the leg stump, it's very hard to set a field to that, whereas, you know, full and straight, those fielders down the ground to protect the boundary. Hello to Louis Bruce, and I didn't want to mention it, but yeah, that's why he's not playing tonight. It's going to be a wide. Burns can't get any bat on it. Yeah, Louis has been skiing, so that's why he's missed tonight. He's taken it to... How many cricketers can just go for a drive and go skiing near the cricket ground? But yeah, the Sierra Nevada is where he's been going skiing. About an hour away, I think. Wood, one side of the wicket here. Got a bit of a plan. Burns will get one. He's got Avinash Pai to come, and wasn't he impressive the other night? Scoring an 80. Well, Hillman gets down and dirty and gets a good result. Cuatro carreras. Again, it's just a slight error from Wood this time. And I only mean slight. It's not the worst ball, but you know what I like here from Hillman is he gets kind of back and across a bit, gets his eyes in front of the line of the ball, behind the line of the ball, gets a good look at it, gets the timing right. So probably would have been a wide, but Hillman's not satisfied with that. He'll get 4. This is a cracking stroke off the back foot. These openers making a very solid start for Turk. Finds the gap, whacked away towards the boundary, 4 runs. So Wood has gone for 12. Now pitched up, Hillman goes to the skies. Very high and very far. Maximo! As Wood goes deep. And it's a good shot. Really good shot by Hillman. As he finishes the third over with a thump. And Turk 44 without loss after 3. Climbing into their innings 10, 16 and 18 off the first 3 overs. Yeah, so Louis is off skiing tonight. How do you go skiing, Louis? I've got to say, I've only ever skied once. I was 12 years old. It was in New Zealand. And it was quite enjoyable. I remember that. I was kind of a decent beginner, but I wasn't quite comfortable going to the intermediate level. Gravity got the best of me a couple of times. So, very good power play for Turk. Right now, they're going at 14.67 and over. So 147 if they stay at this rate. The win, or the run predictor, the expected score is telling us 136 is the expected score. It's a new feature we've added recently. A little bit short, Burns. Oh, he gets it nicely into the gap. Remember, there's 5 outfielders back. Well, Avinash Pai springs into action. Might be getting a bit of FOMO, Avi. But right now, I think he's pretty happy with the way his opening batters are going about their work. It was a good shot by Burns. We've seen quite a few batters, and good batters out undone by balls shooting through, cracking the off stump. Now, gets a little bit funkalicious, and he's going to get 4. Well, that's even harder than getting it into the goals. He gets it between the goals down there. Kind of premeditated. But the key to this shot, doesn't try and hit too hard, just make sure he hits it. And with the fine leg up in the circle, it's another 4. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. Hello to Christian Kul watching from the Netherlands. Great to have you with us. This is Petrie with the ball. Burns isn't particularly easy to bowl to. He doesn't have any obvious weaknesses. Played a lot of decent level cricket in England before he moved to this area. Lorne Burns. Bowler maybe a little bit lucky to get away with that. Mistimed by Burns. And a little bit of confusion behind the stumps. They decide against the run in the end. Yeah, so that's how we spent our day, celebrating our Blue Crew member Simon's 40th birthday. But how did you spend your Sunday? Caught a bit of Cyprus, and yeah, the end of Group A today, quite action-packed, to be honest. It's a wide, even though Burns goes fishing, he doesn't catch anything. Yeah, in Cyprus, Markor knocking out the Nicosia Tigers with the result. The Tigers would have been feeling pretty comfortable. Markor needed to win that last game. And they were chasing 118 for victory. They were 39 for 6 at one stage. Burns just plays the latest of late cuts and he gets another 4. The 50s come up in the 50 partnership here in this over. And Turk looking very dangerous. A lot of improvement, I think, in all areas between the teams here in Gibraltar. That's something that a lot of people have noted. That's one thing we really like to see as well. It's one thing about this format of the game. It allows players to express themselves. It kind of forces them into learning new skills, and I think that's pretty clear. That's well bowled. Petrie gets this one past Burns, but he can't get Little Nick. The other thing I've been really impressed with in this competition is the standard of wicket keeping. As a former wicket keeper myself, I always keep an eye on that. You know, it does vary, that's for sure, but every team's got good options behind the stumps, and there's a lot of good keeping up, putting the squeeze on these batters. Pretty well bowled by Petrie. Knocked down the ground by Burns. Reyes, wow, slid like a monster down the ground. And hopefully the turf's okay. It's the end of the 4th over, and the score is 58 without loss. Petrie, not a bad over really. And this reminds me a bit of Barcelona sunsets. You know, we went through the different colours of the sky. Let's have a quick look at what's coming up. We've got Cyprus and Gibraltar happening right now, and we're only about a week away from being back in Barcelona, in fact, with the schedule just being finalised at the moment. Hopefully we can release that by tomorrow. Then, of course, the European Cricket League, we already talked about that, 36 days away. Yeah, so this is where we're at. In Barcelona, when we look over the city, we kind of have the yellow, orange, pink, purple colour scheme. This one's gone straight to a kind of violet. What do you think? Looks like a postcard though, doesn't it? This is probably the windiest part of the island as well. Okay, well here we go. We've got the teenage American sensation coming on, Bernie Burchick. Well, this should be interesting. And Bernie's only been playing cricket about 2 years. He's been playing, well, he played a season in Philadelphia in his hometown, and he's played the last season, 2023, in the Netherlands, where he resides now. So he must be a little bit nervous, but it's a great opportunity. We saw him playing the other night, but he wasn't called on to battle bowl. So let's see how he goes. All our American viewers will probably adopt him. Here we go. A little bit short, and he's going to pay the penalty. Maximo! Oh, Avinash Pai. He's going to have a stinging finger after that. Again, Bernie. First one just stuck in the hand, and Burns unloads. Always takes out his captain. Yeah, so Bernie has to make the adjustment. Bernie's probably a batter who bowls a bit, if he was to describe himself. See if he can get it right and make the adjustment. Bowling to 2 set batters, not easy. This one doesn't really get up. Burns adjusts, and he's going to get another 4. So again, on this pitch, you can't afford to go too short because it's a fairly new track. I think it's been in about a year or 2, and there's still a lot of grip. And that one's gone down the tunnel. Well, luckily someone's found it. Yeah, so not an easy time for him to come on. And it's nice, I like that. Andrew Reyes, the captain, just having a bit of a chat to the youngster. Gives him a pat on the back, bit of encouragement. I think it is important that you kind of throw the ball around, give different players opportunities. That's really what the European Cricket Series is all about. 3rd time lucky. Better length. The line probably wasn't quite right, but Burns respects it and just takes a single. That'll settle the nerves a little bit. See the wind. Pretty left to right tonight. So the right-handers, it's into their power zone, isn't it? So that one goes in the wind as well. This beats the fielder, and that's going to be another 4. So Hillman hasn't had too much of the strike of late. But yeah, it's very different conditions. If you haven't played here before, I mean, there are some nights where it's pretty uncomfortable. Right now, we don't really have any issues with rain, but you can see the wind picking up. And it does get windier than this, but under a regular scale, it is pretty windy. If you look up on a map where Gibraltar is, if you're not so aware of it, it's on the tip of the Iberian Peninsula. Look it up and you'll see exactly why. You do get some crazy winds here. Better length this time. Whacked leg side. Good fielding out there. Sweeney does the job. Still a ball to go. 16 off this over. Burns will be hoping to take it magical. A little bit short again, and this won't be stopped, so it does go magical in the end. Burns to 45, and at the end of the over, the score is 78 without loss. Very good start. So I had a question in the chat, and I love getting questions. Everyone knows that. Christianko has asked me, who does Bernie play for in the Netherlands? Well, I do believe he plays for Royal Hague Cricket Club in the under-17s team. And he's been leading that side as well on occasion. So he's got his father here with him, Bernard Sr., who is pretty new to cricket. He's been introduced to it, I think, through his son. But he must be very proud. Even though that first over, okay, a bit of a learning curve, but really that's what European cricket's all about as well. As we look at the sky, turning increasingly dark. See a little bit of the spray as well. There's not really rain. Can you see it in the lights there? That's just kind of the spray off the water. Little kind of micro droplets. Kjeld van Schreven is going to bowl over number 6. He bowled pretty well the other night. We just saw him in the 1 over. But they got to break this opening partnership. Turk out of the box here. 78 without loss. Low full toss. Burns almost gets decapitated, and so does Reyes as well. Well, cracking shot by Hillman. It wasn't the worst ball, really, from Kjeld. It's almost to Yorker, but stress almost slightly over pitched. And Reyes, he'll be disappointed, actually. Yes, it was travelling pretty quickly, but on this surface, you don't get too many bad bounces. Shot by Hillman. And goes straight away. This would have been out. Again, I think you see the benefit of just taking off straight away and forcing the fielder to make a perfect play. I mean, he literally hits this straight to the fielder. And even with the pick up and throw, okay, it would have been out. But you got the bowler struggling to get back behind the stumps because he's in his follow through. And get a single. Burns to 45 now, make that 46 as he drives down the ground. I do think the wind's got a little bit more strong, a little bit stronger since we had the first ball. That's a better ball. Just get one. That's Harry Pyle. The keeper comes to clean up. I wonder who they'll go to in the last few overs. We've had 6 individual bowlers so far. So you could try a 7th, or you could kind of pick out who you think's your best options based on what you've seen so far. Van Shreven's pretty reliable. I like the length he's bowling. Again, he's pitching the ball up. I just think the batter's more likely to make a mistake against that fuller length. All right, top edge, he's going to fly behind. Doesn't go too far. Going to hustle through for 2. That's good running by Hillman. And Van Shreven, that's one of the better overs we've seen tonight. He goes for 10 in the end against 2 set batters. And the score is 88 without loss after 6. You can see batting still to come. Avinash, Pajak, Horrocks listed 3 and 4 now. So these two can really look to take it up a notch from here, I think. Jules Udebridge in the UK saying he's watching in front of the fire with a nice cup of tea. Well, that's a nice thing. Nice way to spend your Sunday evening. Time for over number 7, Burns. That's a great stop. Really good stop out there by Sweeney. He's fielded well so far. He's took 4 for all money. Would have brought up Burns' 50 as Giannani gets the next over. So they've gone for a 7th bowler now. It's going to be a wide. Does pitch on the pitch, so it's not a no ball. A question about Kjeld Van Shreven's nationality. It does have a Dutch-sounding name, a Dutch feel to it, doesn't it, Van Shreven? But he's listed as English. As just hit down the ground, just a single. Have brought it back a little bit. A real test for the Pirates batting lineup. Hanging full toss, and it's out of here. Maximo, 50 to Burns, and he brings it up with the big one. He brings it up off 23 balls. And Lorne Burns, well, 6 for earlier in the night. Now, he has a half century, doing a good job at the top of the order. Guy we've seen playing international cricket recently and doing very well as well. It's a good half century. 3 Maximo 7-4s, striking at 235. Now, wants to go for everything and gets this one away from Reyes. It'll be 4. Takes a bit of a chance there. This actually will bring up the 100 and the 100 partnership for Turk. With a third of the innings still to come. You can see they're on for a big score. Guess we're already thinking where the run's going to come from for Pirates. Don't forget, Pirates, reigning champions. Burns actually led them to the trophy last year. This one is hit down the ground, and I'll tell you what, the human centipede, Reyes, he spent a lot of time on the ground tonight, hasn't he? But again, loving the efforts there to get down to it. And that will be just a single to finish the 7th over. 102 without loss after 1. Coming up tomorrow, start of Group B action in Cyprus as we saw the Nicosia Tigers eliminated from the competition in stunning fashion earlier on today. So Black Caps and Punjab Lions to get us going. Punjab Lions previously played for as the Cyprus representative at the ECL, of course, Amdocs and the Nicosia Fighters in the afternoon session. So that's coming your way, 6:45 AM GMT, which is 7:45 AM in Central Europe, 12:15 in India. The other side in Group B, not playing tomorrow, is Royal CC. So yeah, Black Caps and Lions, probably for me, the two favourites, if you like, in that group. Oh, wow. You almost caught that. And this would have been one of the all-time great catches because he kind of half anticipates it. Look, he jumps down there. Look, oh, it's great anticipation from Pyle. And that might have, on another day, that might stick in the webbing. Partial stop. Hillman doesn't time this one up. Van Treven gets second over. Oh, overthrow. Wasteful, really. Gets Burns back on strike. I mean, both these two have been hitting the ball well, so it probably doesn't matter who's on strike at the moment. Burns clips this away. Again, nice bit of fielding. I don't think they'll take on Sweeney. He's impressed so far with his skills in the field. Yeah, so I was talking about where will the runs come from. I mean, Pyle batted really well the other night. He is in the side, but no Charles Packard in the lineup. He was the other half of the opening combination. Batted really well the other night. Hillman goes to the skies, and he makes the ball fly. Maximo, as he moves to 47 within reach of his half century. Can miss the length by even a little bit. Can be costly. Flicked away to the leg side. Hillman will move to 48 and retain the strike as we get to the end of the 8th over. And the score is 114 without loss. So you can see now almost completely dark. You still see that kind of spray coming off the water. See the scoring's been pretty consistent through this innings. Once they've established that rate around the 15 mark, they haven't really strayed too much from it. A couple of decent overs, pegging it back a little bit, but it's been hard going. And the thing is, you know, they've scored at least one boundary in every single over so far. Obviously quite a few overs with multiple boundaries. Reyes comes back to bowl the 9th. Hillman on 48. Make that 49. Expected score at the moment, 143. I find that pretty handy, actually. To 142 after that ball. Burns, well, he's going to go for it, I'll tell you that much. He does, and he gets the gap. He's going to get 4. So clickety-click, 66 for Lorne. Yeah, as we say on ECN, it all happens in the 9th. There's Hillman, currently on 49. Reyes just giving Lorne, Burns some length to work with. Better line this time, Lorne. Wanting to go with the wind a bit. I mean, Lorne is a guy that has a decent technique. He's certainly very capable of hitting boundaries on the offside. But I do think at this stage, and the probably lack of pace you get him from Reyes, he's probably looking to go with the wind leg side most of the time, regardless of where the ball is pitched. And there's 50 for Hillman. Brings up his milestone in 22 balls. And it's batted really well, got to say that. 6 4s and 2 6s in his innings. And in fact, his strike rate is pretty good, about the same as Lorne Burns. But now it's Burns who takes his turn and swings his way into the 70s with a big one. Maximo! This is kind of what I said last time Lorne was on strike. I think he's looking to go leg side. That might be a conversion. Remember back at school I had one umpire that used to say that's a 9. You can get it over the rugby goals. 6 for the shot, 3 for the conversion. No luck so far with the Pirates. This time should be handled. Yeah, it's well done. Once again, the Laminator, Michael Lamon, does the fielding. They will get back for 2, and that's the end of 9. 129 without loss. Yeah, great to see one of the Burchicks in the chats. And yeah, also mentioning not just the Dutch club that we were talking about, Royal Cricket Club, but also played for Germantown Cricket Club at the Philadelphia International Cricket Festival. I have heard the Philadelphia International Cricket Festival. It's pretty cool. I think it's played in May every year. And also one of the nicest grounds in America, I think, in Philadelphia. Now it's time for over number 10. So they have thrown the ball around. They've tried 7 different options. They go back to Wood in the last. Cut away first up. At least knocked down and kept to 1. Yeah, so the Pirates, the other night, their bowling was a real feature. They were able to really restrict Rugby CC. It's an interesting one. I felt this went over the line. That's what my spider senses are telling me. What do you think? Oh yeah, it's wide. Lorne, not too happy that he doesn't get the call because he could have tried to cut it, but he felt it was going to be called a wide. He says enough is enough and goes leg side, and he's going to get the distance. Maximo Burns into the 80s. 81. Well, if he can hit 3 more 6s, he'll finish 99 not out. And so he chooses his line here. That's why giving him any length at this stage is going to be dangerous. Yeah, so no Packard in the lineup. So we talked about that effect that has on the batting, but also they lose the bowler there. Same with Garrett not being in the lineup either tonight for Pirates. Now, thick edge flies away, and there's 4 more. So 140 on the board for Turk. And that expected score has been pretty accurate, hasn't it? It's been kind of indicating the 140s for most of the innings. It looks like that's where we're going to end up. Burns to 85. Yeah, Chris mentioning the conversion is 2 points in rugby. Yeah, that is true. Just saying, that's what our old umpire used to say. He used to give us 3. So you're right, it should be 6 for the shot, 2 for the conversion. Burns doesn't really get this out of the middle of the bat. Should turn for 2, they will. It's a bit of a teaser for the infielder. Burchick does the clean-up job in the outfield. Yeah, so let's have one of the Burchicks in the chat. Maybe you can, that might be, I'm sure it is a relative. Maybe you could identify what your relationship is to Bernie Jr. Anyway, last ball, let's rock. Hit well, hit far, and it's going to be 90s for Burns. 93 not out of 37. He lights up Europa Point with a selection of stroke play. And take nothing away from Hillman as well. He didn't have as much strike as Lorne, but he was able to bring up a 50 as well. And in the end, 148 without loss. Turk turning it on. And this is a lot like the score that they scored in match 2. When Pie went to town. They scored 155 on that occasion. Not quite that many this time, but not far off. The chase will be 149 when Pirates go out with the bat in the second half of this game. I think you can really draw a straight line between kind of lack of accuracy with the ball and some pretty tough outcomes for the Pirates on this occasion. Okay, that was just a really good shot, but there was a fair bit of short stuff, and on this pitch, you can't really afford to get short. You're going to disappear. I'll tell you what, Avinash Pai had a bit of a tough time in the dugout. He was one of the busier people on the ground. Wasn't required to bat in the end. You know, I also understand the Pirates kind of searching for the right combination. They tried 7 bowlers along the way. But nobody was really able to come up with the answers. That was the one we thought went over the post. Yeah, but Burns, he was never rushed, really, was he? Kind of choose his own line. And anything that was bouncing in front of him, he kind of had the right shot ready to go. I suppose he bowled too many extras, so there was that, but I also couldn't find the breakthrough, and I can't really remember a drop catch. You might say that caught behind technically was a missed opportunity, but not really. 93 for Burns and off 37, and Hillman with 51 not out of his own. They do all the work for Team Turk, and with the ball, like I said, no one really had the answers. Probably Van Schreven, the best of the bowlers. He only conceded 21 off his 2 overs. Because no one really getting smashed as well. Just the one magical over. But it was just consistent hitting. Every over had at least one boundary and most had multiples. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. 149 will be the target as Pirates have a task. I suppose if they struggle with the target, there's still a point to play for if it goes a bit wrong. But who knows? Maybe we'll see someone like a Reyes lighting it up. Harry Pile's been in good form, so I'm sure there's still a few twists and turns left here in this contest. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for ECM. Have a cup of tea and join us back very, very shortly for more action from Europa Point. This is Gibraltar, and this is the ECSN.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Buenas noches, welcome back. It's great to have your company here on night 4 of this European Cricket Series at night in Gibraltar. Right now the Pirates, well, the golden treasure is quite a long way in the horizon as Turk put them to the sword. There's 2 batters required. 148 put on the board, 149 the target for Pirates. But I don't know, with someone like an Andrew Reyes out there, he's the kind of player that can step up in these kind of situations. This is the situation as far as the bonus point. So I would say chasing it in 7 overs is unlikely. I think that Turk are looking at that 103 or less. If they can restrict the Pirates to 103 or less, it'll be a 4-point win. And with the bonus point, makes 104 the target for the Pirates to at least get a point out of this game. And all those add up. We kind of saw that in Cyprus, didn't we? It's important if you do lose, you don't get blown away. Shake, rattle and roll. Here we go. And Horrocks comes in, misses the target first up. Horrocks is a guy, I've seen a fair bit of him on ECN. He's a pretty handy player. I've seen him hit the Gartner Oval with a bit of magic at times. But yeah, misses the mark on the first one. Left armour and that breeze coming left to right. He's got to be careful he doesn't lose it down the leg side with that natural movement. Pyle and Petrie opening up for Pirates. I mean, Petrie is certainly someone they'll be hoping to get a few runs out of here. Yes, I want to say a quick hello while I'm here to Iggy Higgins, who's watching, I think, from down the road in the Costa del Sol. Hello to Holly, who I think is watching from New Zealand. That's the daughter of Rob Thompson. And Rob's grandson is watching as well. So, hello. I know that 12 hours ahead, so it'll be 7:35 AM in New Zealand. Petrie goes leg side, picks the fielder though. Burns doesn't quite handle it cleanly, but good enough. Keeps it to a single. Hello to Kroom as well, he's watching from the UK. Hope everyone has had a wonderful weekend. Of course, cricket never stops here once it starts on ECN. To day 5 of the season, day 4 of this night series. In fact, in a week, it'll be finals day and finals night. Horrocks, again, hasn't quite found his range yet, has he? Yeah, next Sunday is going to be big. I won't have time for a roast lunch next Sunday because we have 4 matches. It is finals night, but it actually starts during the day. It's noon local, the eliminator, and then we'll have qualifier 1, qualifier 2, and the final, from memory, I think is 8 PM local. Oh, he's hit that. Yeah, he has. Pyle, pretty quick to indicate that as well. Full delivery. Checking out the replay. I'm not sure what pitch. Pitched outside leg stump anyway. Lucky to get bat on that. Otherwise, he might have crashed into the stumps. Yeah, so next Sunday, it's not only finals night here. I should say finals day night. But also, it's finals day in Cyprus. So you'll have 7 finals matches next Sunday. So maybe clear your schedule. Stay with us. Cracking shot by Pyle, but he picks out the fielder. It's a frustrating dot in the power play, especially when you know you need 15 and over. Horrocks. I think a bit more off stump here. Trying to get Pyle stretching one. Oh, well, you can just do that. And zing go the bails. Pyle has to go. Searching leg side, and Horrocks has been a little bit all over the place so far, but that one is bang on target, and the Pirates have a man overboard in the first over. It's 4 for 1. Check it out here in the replay. It doesn't have that pad as a second line of defence. If he did have his pad in line with the stumps, then it wouldn't have been out because it pitches outside leg stump, but yeah, Pyle has to go. An early wicket. So I can understand you're trying to score early. This is with the win, but look, see, just misses that pad. And Timber stumps. Reach terra firma. Yeah, so well, it's a bit too early to give up at this stage. We've got Sweeney coming at number 3. But, I mean, that 104 for me is it's a bit more of a realistic target. Because it's not just the point that you get, it's also stopping your opposition getting a point. So it's a bit of a 2-point swing. You've got to realise that the top 2 teams get the double chance next Sunday. So yeah, it might be the difference between second and third, you never know. Horrocks, still a ball to come in this over. A pretty nice shot by Sweeney, first up. Just clips it away for 1, he'll retain the strike. Good start for Horrocks. And the score 5 for 1 after an over. Well, last night we got pretty close to a golden ball, didn't we? And that counter keeps on climbing. When will the first golden ball of 2024 comes? Well, your guess is as good as mine. It's 29 matches since we've had a golden ball. That means we've had 26 matches this year because we started the counter at 3. And it's amazing how quick that goes up because there's so many matches every day. I mean, at the moment, you're getting 6 matches a day. What does that equate to? 42 matches a week. It's a lot of cricket, that's for sure. Look at the background. You've got that RV or that kind of caravan. It's a bit of a precarious spot, if you ask me. I saw a couple of balls landing around that area last night. I hope their insurance is in order. Avinash Pai not required with the bat tonight. We saw him doing a bit of impromptu fielding. Trying to pull down a couple of Maximos. Now we're going to see him with the ball with this spin at Offerings. On to Sweeney in the second. First one's too short. Gets it wrong, and that's going to be 4. Not a great start for Avi. It's been pretty consistent, and if you bowl short on this wicket, you get punished, and this is no exception. Yeah, you can see that there's a bit of discussion about Dutch cricket in there. Of course, we were talking about Bernie Birchick earlier, and discussion about VCC, which is trained by Tim DeLater. He's a legend in Dutch cricket, of course. His son Bas doing great things on the world stage at the moment. Also, his Babette as well. Same for the women's team. Very talented cricketer. Lorne Burns, that's his zone out there. Like I said, pretty windy tonight. Probably seen windier, but still a factor, isn't it? Kind of hear it in the effects mic as well. But the interesting thing tonight, the wind's coming off the water. Although there is kind of water all around. It is the southern tip. This looks like a long ball from Pai. Where does he deliver this from? Looks like a long way back. He delivers it from his front foot's behind the stumps. Wow, this one jumps. Must have hit the seam and just took off. It'll be 5 wides. Yeah, so this is the one I think maybe he does bowl for a bit further, but that really bounced. And Hillman, he's a decent keeper, but yeah, just, if I was going to be super technical there, he kind of went with his hands, didn't get his body or his head towards the ball, so it made it very difficult to track and judge. So even though he gets a surprising bounce, he's not really in a position to adjust to it. This one is a bit more normal. So like I said, you're looking at 104 in brackets. That means that the Pirates will keep their point for this game if they can reach that. Otherwise, that point goes to Turk. Leg side this time and into the gap. That'll be 4. So Petrie, there's high hopes for him. He gets his first boundary. And I think with Pai, he's a bit of a wild card bowler. He delivers the miscellaneous. I suppose you'd call him an off spinner. There's a few kind of quicker balls. There's a few subtle variations in what I call back spinners. And the ball he delivers from quite far back, I think, but it's going to disappear behind point for 4. So Petrie with a couple of boundaries gets going. judges that one well, gets the gap, and of course we are in the power play, only 2 outfielders allowed at this stage, and it takes us to the end of the over. The score is 23 for 1 after 2. So looking at the table, you're talking about the enhanced system now with 4 points on offer every game. So if you thrash a team, you'll get 4 and they'll get nothing. But if it's a closer game, you'll get 3 and your opponents will get 1. So you can see it's a bit of a 2-point swing. You can either gain 2 points on an opponent by winning 3-1, or you can gain 4 by being a comprehensive victor and getting a 4-0 win. Horrocks balled out straight away. This one slow to go here. Wow. I'll tell you what I think's happened here. I think that Horrocks has kicked the stumps just before the ball hits them. That's what my instinct is. So the ball does hit the stumps, but I'm going to have a really close look at this. It's just too slow to get going. The keeper was onto it. Look at Horrocks. He kicks him. Oh, yeah. Okay, we have to roll this through because he does hit it with his hand first and then the ball hits the stumps. But does it knock the stumps over? So the stumps do go over. Or do they go over? They don't. Eventually they... Oh, this is a really interesting... So, yeah, this is a super technical one. Because look, here, we'll go slow from here. He hits it with his hand, and then the ball hits the stumps. Then they go over. I don't know if the stump... So, it's the moment the stumps fall over is when they're broken. Because look, Horrocks there. Here, he hits it with his hand. And then the ball hits the stumps, yes. And he's out when the ball hits the stumps. But when do the stumps fall over? It's a really tough call. I mean, the stump's starting to go there, but I don't think they fall over before he's in. So, yeah, Horrocks, I mean, if he'd just done nothing there, it would have been better because the ball hit the stumps, but he knocks the bails off. And well, I think it's been given out. So, I mean, what I would say is the stumps do end up falling over. So that's the rules. If the bails are off, you've got to knock the stumps over. And I suppose that the direct hit does cause the stumps to go over. So, yeah. It was a tight call, but yeah, what's the decision in the end? I think he's been given in. Yeah, you see the stumps are gone, but the bails are off before the ball hits the stumps. So in the end, they've decided it's not out, and I actually think that is the correct call. So yeah, tell you what, you've got to have pretty good eyes to see that live. It's yeah, benefit of the doubt, I'd say in the end. Goes to the batter. Very technical one. This one, I do think it's wide. Yeah, it just grabs the tram line. And you know, the funny thing is, we have seen a few times here in Gibraltar where the bails are dispensed with because it's so windy. Now, if the bails are dispensed with, you're not using bails, then any time the ball hits the stumps, it counts as a ball hitting the stumps, breaking the wicket. So that would have been out in those circumstances, the moment the ball hits the stumps. Oh, Sweeney tries to hit it into the grandstand, but only hits it into his own body. Yeah, Horrocks sets high standards for himself. Didn't see him with the bat earlier on. Oh, well, there you go. Straight up and straight out of here. Maximo. Oh, Sweeney. He's been trying this for a while. Clears the front leg and launches it straight. Maximo time. Pirates need more of that. Hoping they can get a bit more out of their top 3. Horrocks, not an easy bowler to take down. Not a bad run rate at the moment. To come in the power play. Well bowled by Horrocks, full and straight. And goes all alpha with the fake throw. this Gibraltar series certainly has provided action aplenty. Loving the discussion about the run out in the chat as well. Benefit of the doubt, Petra says, and I think that's true. It's very hard to pinpoint the moment that I guess the equivalent of the stump being removed from the ground, which is that side leg stump. Sunil's a very experienced umpire. And he'll signal leg by there. Takes us into the power play. So 11 and over through the power play. The Pirates 33 for 1. It's a bit of, I think it's actually one of the most misunderstood laws in cricket, the breaking of the wicket. I'll come back to that in a second. ECL coming up. Calpe Giants will represent Gibraltar in Group G. Kind of fitting, G for Gibraltar. And they've been set up with the Irish club CIYMS as well as the Romanians, Cluj, Oslo, CK from Norway, and Cyprus Mouflons. So that'll be the last group. So I suppose by the time Calpe Giants hit the park, we'll have 6 of the 7 Championship Week teams sorted. Just 1 to go. The Magnificent 7 starting on the next day after Group G finals, the 18th of March. Yeah, so I said it's quite a misunderstood law. People think that you have to have the ball in your hand and remove the stump, which you can do, but it's not actually necessary if the bails are off, as long as the stump is removed from the ground completely. So you could do it by throwing it at the stumps really hard. Kabir Mirpuri comes in to bowl over number 4. Yeah, so on a traditional cricket pitch where the stumps are kind of banged into the surface, then yeah, throwing the ball hard enough to knock a stump out, even if the bails are off, that counts as breaking the wicket. Or of course, the more traditional way is to do it with the ball in hand because it's hard to knock a stump out. But because we're playing on artificial with the stumps in the base, the equivalent of that is just to knock the stumps over. But pinpointing exactly when that moment is where the stumps are knocked over is what the off-field officials had to do there. And I think in the end there was that kind of element of doubt in the end, and so the call went to the batter, and I think it's a sensible decision in the end. A bit unlucky for the keeper, Pyle, who did really well to recover and hit the stumps with the ball. Wide called, Mirpuri. Not a bad spot to miss, though. Kabir, this guy we've seen a fair bit of international level cricket as well. Gets hit down to long on. Whelan does the fielding. Haven't seen the skipper out there yet, Andrew Reyes. Imagine he'd be next in. Also, it's been mentioned, Lorne Burns hasn't bowled yet. It's pretty nicely hit, but find the fielder. Well done by Mirpuri. Doesn't look too impressed with the return. But I do think it's an opportunity to see what some other bowlers can do, given the fact that they're well ahead in the game. So I can understand maybe why they're not going straight to Burns. Maybe they won't bowl him at all. We'll see. Maybe some other bowlers will need the overs more. Sweeney goes leg side, and this has just been stopped by Lorne Burns. This is motoring, so he does well. Kind of comes out of his hand, but just inside, and then just steps inside before picking it up. A nice bit of fielding. Here's Lorne. Well compiled 93 not out. Nice way to start his evening. Mirpuri gets his one past the bat, so yeah, it's good but not great at the moment from Pirates after 4 overs. They're 39 for 1. Yeah, so yeah, there's a few Lorne Burn fans getting itchy to see him do the business with his leg spinners, but might have to be a little bit patient. Not heading in the right direction, is it? It's good over by Mirpuri. He's a kind of one side of the wicket bowler. So you know what you're going to get, but it's not necessarily easy to get after him. Now we'll get Whelan in the 5th. pressure. Horrocks does the fielding down there, keeps it to 1. Yeah, so Mike's got a good question. And this is one I'll do my best to answer, my interpretation. As this is hit down the ground, flat bat job, Maximo! 6 runs. Just a fraction too short from Whelan. Dragged down, kind of tees it up and hits it straight down the middle. 6 runs. Yeah, so Mike's wondering, well, what point are they knocked over? So that's a very good question. He says, is it the moment they hit the ground? I'll tell you my best answer, but maybe the umpire's interpretation might be a bit different. I'd say, if you think about the base being in position, the moment that it tilts over to the point that the flat bit of the base isn't on the ground anymore. That's pretty well hit as well. Pitched up, and whoa. That one might have done our equipment some damage. Maximo! Well, you can see why they like Petrie up there. Whelan went too short. Well, there we go. The fielding was done. Might be Giannis up there in the tower. It might be Karina. Maybe you can give us a thumbs up. And thanks for doing the fielding, whoever's up there. My guess is it might be Karina up there. That's definitely Karina. Unless Giannis has got his nails done. 50's up. Nice shot as well. And that will get away. Spinning away from Sean Delgado. So 4 more, and suddenly this innings has sprung to life. Whelan going the journey. Yeah, so I don't know if I explained that very well about when the stumps are knocked over. I think it's the point where, you know, where the 3 stumps are in contact with the ground, essentially, once that's lifted up at all. But I suppose that's part of the benefit of the doubt. So yeah, maybe when it could still be touching the ground, could kind of be on the edge rather than the whole flat bit being on the ground. That's essentially what I'm saying. All right, Whelan, try not to go magical here. It should just be a single, so it'll be 19, but still a pretty productive over for Pirates as we're halfway through the second innings and the score is 58 for 1. Oh, Chris has said it way better than I did. When they depart from the vertical, yes, that's what I mean. When, yeah, I'd say when the base starts to lift off the ground, as long as that causes the stumps to actually fall over. So sometimes we see them kind of like toing and froing when they're hit, but as long as the stumps are being knocked over, I'd say it's the moment that that base is lifted up off the ground. Chris saying, watch the cameras, please. Yeah, that was probably a slightly uncomfortable moment for Karina up there. Well, now we are going to see Burns. Yeah, let's have a look. It's a close-up. Very big close-up. Oh, well, Burns. They are going to him here in the 6th. This will be a good contest. Oh, Burns picking up where he left off the other night. One doesn't really turn. Looks like a bit of a top spinner. Petrie swings all around it. So that 104, still think that's a more realistic target given the run rate required is up over 3 a ball. That won't be easy against the likes of Lorne Burns, who's still got his 2 overs to bowl. Just a single this time. I feel like it'd be a waste if we don't see some Reyes. He's a bit of a wild card. Could smack a few balls towards the rock. Oh, this one goes very close to knocking out the off stump. I suppose the thing is with this shot, if you can get that back foot a little bit more across, you're in a better position to hit it, even though it kind of lines you up for LBW if you miss it. But if you miss it, it's on the stumps anyway, you'll get bowled. So I think it's hard to drag him. One is in towards the stumps a bit more. Hit up and out towards Whelan, who's deputising for Lorne Burns in the Burns zone. Crew gone to the laws of cricket and just looking up the breaking the wicket law we're talking about. It's pretty well hit. Does he get the placement? Doesn't. Good field here. Got 3 blocking that zone, kind of bottom right of screen, because they know a lot of balls are going to try and be hit there, and probably a few will be hit there. If they hit on the ground, you want the fielders there to be able to make the stops. Burns has only gone for 3. Hasn't taken a wicket, but still, it's put him in a good position as far as that bonus point goes. This is a thick inside edge, really. But again, field's there. You know, the leg side sweepers doing their job. Burns bowls good over. Having a good night so far. Just 4 come off it. And at the end of the 6th over, it's 62 for 1. And Christopher Ward saying, feel the burn. Well, I think we certainly have felt the burns tonight, haven't we? Pirates have, that's for sure. Burns against his old team. Remember, Lorne Burns led the Pirates to the trophy a year ago. And I remember it very well because I was actually on my way to Gibraltar from Malta. And I got on the plane and Lorne was just coming to the crease. And the Pirates were in a pretty tough position against Entertainers. Avinash Pai's team, actually. Mipuri. Second over. It's great fielding. Really good fielding there. So, I remember getting on the plane, having to turn the phone off and just assuming Entertainers had won it. And then when I got into, I think it was London, I had a stopover. I saw this beautiful photo of all the Pirates, including Lorne Burns, with the trophy. This is hit. Not quite out of the screws, but hit regardless for a single. Mipuri says settle down. Get into me nice and slow. That's exactly what happens. Yeah, so Avinash Pai, well, he's thirsty for a trophy because I can tell you that he has led 2 sides in the last 2 series that have topped the table but lost the final. Turk in 2022 and Entertainers in 2023. Lifted up and out of here. Maximo! Good strike by Petrie, and Mirapuri tastes it for the first time tonight. Gets that up and kind of cuts it through the breeze. Good shot from Petrie, moves to 37. He's going at a good rate, isn't he? So right now, a bonus point, they need 35 off 21. Tries it again and misses out. 6 and out for Petrie and Mirapuri. Well, bit of a mixture of joy and relief there for the offie as Kabir breaks through. And it's top cabs as Pirates lose the second wicket. 69 for 2. Just tries exactly the same shot. Maybe just lost that front side a little bit too much. And yeah, well, interesting little celebration there. Not quite the full salute, but I've seen a few one-finger salutes in my time. That one's not the most offensive. And Petrie plays a few nice shots in there, but has to walk back for 37. Interesting now, they're going for Burchick at 4. First time we've seen the American out there. He's batting ahead of Reyes, so you know, giving opportunities, that's really what tonight's been about for Pirates as well. No Charles Packard in the side. And I do think Bernie might be the first American we've seen playing on the network. Let's see how he goes. Again, I think that 104 is the target that they're looking at the moment. Mipuri comes in. Oh, I think it's the back hip. As Bernie goes to the leg side. They put the slip in here, pretty attacking move. Yeah, so we talked about the fact that Pai has led 2 sides to the top of the table in the final, but doesn't have a trophy. I'm not saying he's a jinx. I'm just saying he's very hungry for success. Hit down the ground, hit pretty well. Burchick will get 1, and that's all he'll get. Return the strike. Has his first run in ECN cricket, the American teenager, as we get to the end of 7 overs, and the score is 70 for 2. It means they need 34 off the last 3 overs for a point. And I think that is what they're shooting for at the moment. Coming up, match 8. Pirates winning the toss and bowling in that one. I'm not so sure about that, considering they got put to the sword bowling first in the first game of the night. But I suppose Andrew Reyes knows what he's doing. I wonder if they'll open with Avinash Pai. I've got a feeling they will. They might go Pai and Burns, unless they want to give Lorne a bit of a rest in the second game. That's coming up in around about 40 minutes right here from the Rock in Gibraltar. Burns gets hit down the ground, not quite out of the middle. Burchick will get a single. Good to see that intent from Bernie. I know he's been waiting to play ECSN cricket for a long time. Relatively long time in his career. But, you know, he's getting out the shots against Burns. He's a very experienced campaigner. So it's a little bit flatter from Lorne. At 104, looking further and further away at the moment. Sweeney, 19 off 18. Needs to go up a notch. Tries, gets an under edge. That could run away for 4 and it will. So yeah, I suppose swing hard and see if the universe is looking out for you. Attempted sweep and 4 valuable runs. Like I said, that 104, not only will it mean the Pirates get a point, it stops Turk getting a point as well. So with only 5 teams in the competition, a 2-point swing could be important when we see the final standings. Still got Reyes in their back pocket as well, Pirates, so they might as well attack. So it becomes 29 off 15 for the point. Tossed up, Sweeney goes for it, but doesn't go too far. He gets dropped. And they'll just get 1. Had to go a long way there, didn't he? That's Jake Jackson. There's no easy catches here at Europa Point. That one was an unholy union of forearm and grizzly bear ball. Bernie goes for as well. Another skyer. And won't leave the infield. One hand, one bounce rules for Pye as he comes in. I suppose now, if you can get through Burns, you've got 2 overs to go. You can really throw the bat, try and get that 104. Last ball for Lorne. Whoa. Well, this is going to be some sort of run. It'll be buys or wides. I think it's going to be buys, yeah. So even though it goes down what was the leg side, as soon as you switch, you lose your leg side. But it does completely deke Hillman behind the stumps. So an unhit 4. They'll take them how they can get them at the moment. End the over as well. And the score goes up 81 for 2 after 8. So 12 balls remaining. They need 23 that would make it. 23 to get a point. Because this is the target for Turk. They need to reduce the score to, was it 103 or less? 104 will be the score where they can get a point. Whelan comes back. That's pretty high, you know. It's been an interesting replay. Yeah, not the tallest. I mean, is it coming down? It kind of is. Probably, when you look at that, it's coming down enough. Borderline call, though. Yeah, called it straight away, so free hit coming up. Can't be out, so... Yeah, those 50-50 ones, they do typically go to the batter. Yes, this is what we're talking about. So if you want to know why we get that figure of 103, it's basically set at 70% of the first inning total. So that's why 104 is the target. The Pirates get a point. It's not going to help. That means they need 21 off 10. Tell you what, with Sweeney, he's done a bit of a job, but I just reckon I might throw Reyes out there if he misses another one. Just tactically, hasn't quite happened for Sweeney. He has 2 4s and a 6 in his 23 deliveries. Don't want to die wondering here. Well, he gets it. It's high, it's in the air. Fielder underneath it, Avinash Pye. He'll end the innings in more traditional fashion. Run a ball 24 for Sweeney. Whelan gets something going his way. His first wicket of the night, and the Pirates lose the third. It's 83 for 3. And you can see Avinash Pye, he enjoyed it. Well, his catching on the field has been a bit better than his catching off the field. We saw him trying to take one earlier on in the night when he was getting ready to bat. Was never required to bat. He is required to do the fielding on this occasion. Sweeney probably equally frustrated as everyone else with his innings, because there were signs of it, but just couldn't get the consistency in that innings, and does bring the captain Andrew Reyes to the crease. So the equation for the bonus point, 21 off 9. That's the equation for the Pirates to actually get a point. And you can kind of see why this enhanced point system breathes in a bit of life to a game. Otherwise, be kind of petering out right now. Reyes, well, he could just go bang, bang, bang and bring it up pretty quickly. Reyes goes to Sky's first ball, kind of gets the gap, but doesn't get a lot of power. Burns prowls over there and keeps it to 1. Christopher Ward comparing the Milpuri. Salute to Sheldon Cottrell. Not quite as intimidating, the little one finger. But anyway, yeah, making it a trademark of his own. It's a single here for Burchick, so they're going to need a big last over. Last ball of the 9th. Whelan has come back well. Even with that no-y first ball of the over, it's been a tight one. And he's chopped on, so it's the end of Reyes. And Whelan will get 2 in the end, gets a brace, and really that point slips sliding away for the Pirates. And Turk look to be sweeping the points here in match 7. It's a little under edge from Reyes. Came on the charge, but not really in a great position to play that shot. And it will take us to the end of the over as well. 85 for 4 after 9. 19 required off the last over. I won't say it's likely, but there's a chance of it in the end. Don't forget, not too far away from a start in the second leg of the doubleheader. What do you think about the decision of Pirates to send in Turk after you haven't taken a wicket in 10 overs? I thought maybe it's an opportunity to try and set the pace rather than chase. See who gets his last over. Is it Avinash Pai? It is. So yeah, 19 off 6 required. Well, Bernie, you can cover yourself in glory here. Get a couple out of the middle. Nothing to lose here, Pirates. Might as well go for it. Even if it means you go down in the 80s, losing a few wickets, but you might as well try it. 19 required for that point. Last over. That hits it pretty well. But he'll only get a single out to Whelan. All right, well, if there's a man that you want to hit a couple of big maximos, you're looking at him. Danny Canepa is coming out there and looks like he's batting with a toothpick. Here we go. All right, comes up with fresh air first ball. But I made no secret of the fact that I'm a big fan of Big Danny. He's built for power. He dwarfs everyone that's around him, including the keeper, Hillman there. He looks like a preteen next to Big Danny. Pai bowls this one from a bit further back, but doesn't really get the contact he wanted there. It's kind of clinical from Turk, who after not taking a point out of their first game, they took 4 out of their return clash against Sloggers, and now looking pretty good to take all 4 here. Burchick, swing for the fences, quicker ball, clever bowling, sneaks inside. Really, it's beyond the Pirates now. Look, it's not the worst batting innings we've ever seen. I mean, 87 actually was the average score in the series last year. Problem is, Turk, we're better than average with the bat. Burchick would love a boundary. He won't get one here though. So he's played some nice shots. Considering he's only been playing cricket about 2 years. He's only 16 years of age. He's got a bright future. I'm sure about that. But yeah, we're going to start somewhere. Canepa, well, he can make my night by hitting this onto the roof. Nothing against Avi's bowling, but let's go. He doesn't. He gets hit. I hope the ball's okay. Won't matter. That'll be it. So the final score here, 148 to Turk and 88 to Pirates. 60 runs the margin, and Turk get all 4 points out of match number 7. Pretty clinical performance Pirates, as good as their bowling was the other night, are kind of searching for answers in the first innings of the night. And they're going to have to sort it out because they've elected to bowl first in match number 8. That's coming your way in around about half an hour's time. I just got a feeling we'll see Pye at the top of the order. Maybe Pye and Burns. That's just my guess. Don't really know, but yeah, Burns, player of the match for me in this one for that 93 not out, and also pretty tidy with the ball, but a lot of good performers. Turk, team that we did see topping the table, but not able to take home the trophy in 2022. They mean business here in 2024. Looking early in the piece, we saw Pyle missing a straight one from Horrocks, and then this was a bit of an interesting one. Saw Horrocks breaking the bails before the ball hit the stumps, and in the end benefited it out going to the batter. It was a good dive, probably what saved him in the end. Petrie played some nice shots. He was the one guy that kind of was able to go at the pace. He was striking it pretty much to a ball, but everyone else was striking at 100 or lower. So that's what made it pretty tough to even reach that point target of 104. And so, yeah, well, Mapuri, he pointed at the old cranium. I don't know if that headband is cutting off the circulation. This was one way they were able to get a 4, just by switching and missing. And the keeper, Hillman, was kind of faked out by it. Avinash Pye with a nice catch late in the piece. There's no easy ones here. At Europa Point, we know that. Reyes came and went. Wasn't able to get them too much close to that target. And Canepa then came out, but he couldn't quite find the middle of the bat. And in the end, 88. Like I said, not the worst score for Pirates, but they kind of let themselves down with the bowling. Take nothing away from the batting of the Turk openers, Hillman and Burns, who essentially get them all the points here. 17 extras, maybe something to work on there. 10 wides and 1 no ball is probably a little bit on the high side for Turk, but regardless, they do sweep the points. Looking at the bowling, a couple of good performers in there. Whelan came back after a bit of a tough first over, got 2 wickets, 1 apiece for Horrocks and Mapuri. Could see Horrocks out there. He was a little bit off early, but finished with very good figures of 1 for 13. And Burns didn't take a wicket, but very tough to get away, going at less than a run a ball in his 2 overs. We'll take a break back in about 25 minutes with the second leg of this double header. And once again, it'll be Turk setting the pace. And we'll see who goes out there to open the batting. We'll find out the other side of this break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll be back shortly with more European Cricket Series at Night, live from Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Gibraltar. We're at Europa Point, right on the southern tip of this tiny nation. And now we're getting ready for match number 8. It's a rematch between Pirates and Turk. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Pirates to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait there, boys, wait there. Yeah, it is. They're going to bowl.
There you go, Tyrone Peters having a bit of fun with the two skippers. And you see there, Reyes, he wins the toss for Pirates. And, well, I've got to say, I was almost knocked off my chair when I heard that they were going to bowl first, as Turk put him to the sword earlier on, as Burns and Hillman were able to bat the 10. And it wasn't pretty as far as the Pirates were concerned. Having said that, they didn't bowl very well. In the end, it was 148 without loss for Turk. Pirates scored 88. Having a look at the two teams, pretty similar, these two teams, for the second match. I suppose the issue with Pirates, number one, they conceded too many and weren't really able to produce. Petrie actually looked pretty good though with the bat. Turk given about a three-quarter chance of coming away with the points here. In fact, they took all the points out of match number 7 as they were able to restrict Pirates to less than 70% of their total, which meant they took all 4 points. So now we get ready, and yeah, I was wondering who they would open with. They've decided just to stick with what's working. I thought we might see Avinash Pai at the top of the order, but they're going with Burns and Hillman. So the Pirates probably sick of the side of those two. Let's see if they have the answers this time around. Behind the stumps, Harry Pyle's been very good. I've mentioned a few times that I've really enjoyed the standard of wicket keeping in this series. Such a small nation. I think they're punching above their weight in that department, that's for sure. And also just across the board, the standard certainly has improved a lot in the ECN era. That could be my delivery driver in the background. Anyway, here's Reyes to get us going. And it's not the greatest start. It is out of the ground. Maximo! And Burns, he goes to 99 for the night. Let's have a look at it. It's not quite high enough to be called, but yes, it's just dipping enough. And Vaughan, 93 in the first game. Same opposition. Kind of 100 in spirit if he gets there, 99 for the night. Reyes gets the first one terribly wrong. Oh, well, it'll be 99 and out for Burns, and finally, the Pirates have something to shout about. Burns has to walk the plank. And maybe Reyes did know what he was doing when he decided to bowl first, because he gets the dangerous lawn. Burns 6 and out. And finally, the Pirates break this partnership in swing up. Look at a little bit of in duck, middle and off. And it's a short stay for Burns. And oh, he's not an easy guy to get your arms around, is he, Andrew Reyes? But Harry Pyle gives him the big bear hug. And that is our first wicket of the night. That's what the Pirates are saying, at least. So there we go, an early twist. Can you have a twist at the start? I think you can. I want to say a quick hello to everyone who's been chatting in the break as well. Good to see Tim Reedman's in. Good to see you. Hello to Trip as well, watching from the USA. Hello to the Willy Wren 777 OMG. Well, I like that you've put a lot of elements into your username. He's asking how good is this league? Pretty good. That's my answer. Where are you watching from? Asking, is it better than the Abu Dhabi T10? Well, I'm biased, so I'll say yes. Missing leg stump. Whelan gets the nod at 3. Avinash Pai, well, maybe he had a big lunch, as he hasn't wanted to get out there and bat so far. I suppose that's also an indication he wants to give some opportunities to some other batters. We know Avi was in good form the other night for Turk on opening night. Hello to Twilight as well, always good to see you. Oh, 2 for Reyes, and Whelan's got to go for a duck. Reyes almost a carbon copy of the dismissal. So, wow. Everyone was ready to get the extra large straitjacket for Reyes when he decided to send in Turk after chasing leather for 10 overs, but, well, he had a hunch and they couldn't keep it up, and he's been right so far as Whelan gets bowled through the gate, and the score is 6 for 2 after 4 balls, and there's Derek. Very slow walking Derek. Following Whelan back to the pavilion. Well, what a start here. No one saw that coming. And Mirpuri gets the nod at 4, so still no Avinash Pai. Chris Schinkel watching from the Netherlands as well. Reyes got the ball on a string here after that first one got away from him. A hit for 6, they're the only runs we've seen so far. Oh, that one bites in towards Kamimi Puri as well. It's the beautiful thing about cricket, it's so unpredictable. Last ball of the over. Oh, that came in a long way as well. Really using the wind well here, Andrew Reyes. We can lock him in for the 3rd over, I think, at the moment. He's taken not just 1, but 2 wickets in that first over, 6 for 2 after 1. 36 days until the ECL. Maybe tell us in the chat who you're looking forward to seeing in the ECL. All right, it's going to be nice to have Cluj back. They are a team that we saw play in the first ECL, one of the original 8, if you like, in 2019. They missed out last year. United represented Romania. I know that they're probably watching a fair bit of this tournament at the moment with the Gibraltarian Sculpey Giants in the group as well, Group G. Cyprus also in Group G, so we're seeing a fair few of the players in the European Cricket Series at the moment in that as well. Well, Hillman's watching from the other end, but now he gets a chance to face, and we'll start with a single. Hello to Blaze Cook as well. He's a bit heartbroken that Matty Whelan has had to walk back for a Derek. Can I just tell you something that broke my heart? Is we had Peacock Derek ready to go last night, and we didn't have a single duck in the night. True story. Mirpuri clips it away and gets it over the infield. We'll only get 1 there as Sweeney does the fielding. He's been very good in the field tonight, George Sweeney. Gone for Kjeld van Schreven with a new ball. Interesting. Similar kind of bowler, I suppose, to Reyes. Takes a chance here, Hillman, as he whacks the ball off to stumps. He'll get 1. That's good bowling, though, I think. And if you get Hillman here, then you've got both the players that scored half centuries in the first match tonight. And yes, you're going to have to deal with Avinash Pai sooner or later, but you can only really bowl to the batter in front of you. Also, Horrocks in the lineup tonight, so he provides a bit more depth to the batting for Team Turk. Good length there. There's Mirpuri, I think gets that right off the bottom of the bat for a single. Van Schreven, I like his game so far. I like his tournament, I should say. You see in Gibraltar concentrating more on accuracy than pace. He's been working. Right on cue, terrible ball, outside leg stump, whacked away by Hillman. He gets 4. Oh, you can't give anyone a rap, can you, in European cricket? And yeah, Turk get 4 runs there, badly needed at the moment. Hello, Louis Bruce as well, taking a break from skiing to tune in. Let's go back to Reyes. A few people saying, you know, getting some good turn there. I actually don't think it's spin. I think it's kind of seam and a mixture of the fact it's curving in. It's not really trying to spin the ball. He's just kind of wobbling these in-swingers, and at that pace, it's almost like the wind catches it. Plus, he's a natural in-swing kind of bowler, and then you know, if he hits the seam in a certain way, it darts in quite prodigiously at times. Hillman smashes this, but great fielding by Wood. Got a couple of good fielders over that part of the ground in Sweeney and Wood. End of the over. Van Schreven does a pretty solid job there. 9 come off his over, and the score's 15 for 2. And I think you've got to lock in Reyes for this third over. And yep, the Pirate skipper is heading back to the business end. Have a look at the table. Turk now equal top of the table with 8 points, and they've made a bit of a jump there. They've jumped over the Pirates, in fact. And the Pirates, I suppose, have the right of reply. If they could win this game, then there's every chance they'll go to the top of the table. Kroom saying, yeah, no Royal Derricks either. We haven't had a Royal Derrick in this tournament so far. Be patient. All right, Reyes wants a third and a fourth, I'm sure. He's going to bowl out in the power play over here, over number 3. Lifted up by Mirpuri, and he's going to get a boundary here. It's good batting. Goes with the movement of Reyes, and he's brave here. Mirpuri, we saw him breaking through with the ball earlier with his little one-finger celebration, using his head. He's using his head here with a gap in the outfield. He doesn't try and hit it too hard. Just with the natural movement of Reyes, and gets 4. Still got that left to right breeze, don't forget, coming off the water. That kind of shot. And put the fielder back now, and Ben Wood does well. The thing about this ground, it's really nice to slide on. It depends how you're sliding, I suppose, as well, but it's very consistent, being unofficial. Got that confidence that the ball should behave the way you think it will. 3 for Reyes, and this time he gets Hillman. And the big skipper is going to get another big bear hug. Well, the Bears on the attack, isn't he? Reyes with 3 for 12 now. And Turk have lost their top 3. And the score is 21 for 3. Those stumps have taken a pounding. There it is again. You see, little inducker. Same thing, pulling a ball that's too full to pull. And Reyes is fired up. And the keeper pile tries to lift him up. Well, I wouldn't recommend that, but I would recommend bowling out a guy that's taken 2 wickets in his first over, and now it's exactly what Reyes does. And we will see Avinash Pai at 5, so he's a big dog to come out at 5 here. Also, I've got to take my hat off to Avinash Pai. He decides to give some opportunities, considering he did have a good hit the other night in match 2. He was an absolute star for Turk. Big score of 155. He scored 83 off 39. Has been in good form. Pretty much batted the whole innings. Got out for second last ball. Right now, it's captain to captain. Harvey just waits for it to come into him and angles it away for a single. So 108's the expected score at the moment. Bearing in mind, earlier in the night, we saw Turk end up at, we saw Pirates, I should say, end up at 88 for 4. But yeah, I think a lot depends on if Avi fires or not. Curry hits it back, and well, he might have run himself out. The throw goes to the wrong end, so it'll just be a long dot. And Reyes delivers for the Pirates. Have a look at this. Mirpuri wanted it, but he didn't realise that Avinash Pai had to go back. A bit worried about getting run out off the fingertips of Reyes, who actually pulled one of those off the other night. End of the over. And end of the power play, 22 for 3 after 3. Paul saying well bowled, and he just knew what he was doing there, didn't he? Reyes just used the breeze nicely. You can kind of actually see the sea spray coming across the field there, left to right. Ben Wood is going to get over number 4. Maybe let us know where you're watching from, Paul. Great to have you with us. If you are lurking, why don't you just jump into the chat and say hello to me on a Sunday night. Of course, I am behind the glass here, so I'm watching the game live, but let's just say I'm not experiencing the wind chill that the players are. 50-50 proposition this game now, according to the win predictor. Interesting. Here's Wood. No full toss. Pye. Ooh, end of the bat. Didn't time it at all. Maybe a bit lucky to get away with it. That's the thing about this form of the game. Batters are incentivized to take risks. So, you see opportunities happen. It's really important if Pye offers them one, they take it. Pirates sprayed wide of the off stump. We saw the other night Pye get dropped and go on to crack that 83. Sloggers paid the penalty for missing the talented right-hander. Goes into Mapuri, who's happy just to work it away for one. There's Lamon. Hasn't really put a foot wrong in the field, Michael Lamon. Springing about in a reasonably athletic fashion. Pye back on strike. Well bowled. That's a good channel from Wood. Liked his tournament as well so far. Yeah, Lamon, believe it or not, he's 50 years of age. But yeah, he's got the energy of a spring chicken, that's for sure. Slants in a little bit and Pye knocks it out for a single. That's good length. I think if you can hit that length more often than not, you know, at least frustrate the batters, maybe force them into a mistake. You're bowling to good players. It's difficult to just try and bowl them out every ball. Not a good delivery, good keeping though. Right from Pyle. The key to this take is you've got to realise very early what's going on, because you lose the ball, you lose the sight of the ball because the batter's in the way. Generally it means it's going to come out behind the batter, and Pyle does a good job able to block it, stop it going for any extra runs. Will be a wide though. Lifted up by Mirpuri, and it's a handsome stroke over long on. Maximo! Mirpuri given an opportunity to bat in the top order, batting 4 here. And takes Wood up and out of the ground. Last ball of the over coming up. Or not. Ken, keep her up to the stumps. Just adds a few little elements. So obviously you can get a stumping if you're up to the stumps. That's one thing. But also it kind of forces the batter to bat in their crease. And I know when I used to do it, I used to get a lot more LBWs that way. Nice shot, straight as you like by Mirpuri. That one had some distance on it. Maximo! And Wood ends up being quite expensive. Taken deep twice by Mirpuri. 18 come off the over. Good hitting. It's 40 for 3 after 4. Despite those 3 wickets falling, run rate climbing in that 4th over. Yeah, so the reason you tend to get more LBWs are when the keeper's up to the stumps is because the batter is typically staying in their crease. There's a shorter distance between the impact and the stumps. It just means you get more decisions. A lot of batters like to kind of get out of their crease and get that doubt creeping into the umpire's mind as far as what would happen after the ball hits the pad, if the ball does hit the pad. Just gives the batters a claustrophobic feel. Also, you know, little ones that hit the pad and pop out. Often there's a run there if the keeper's back, but when the keeper's up, they can jump on the ball a lot quicker. Ashish Giannani will bowl over number 5. Pye works him away. Bit of the Indian flourish him out that shot. First ball of the 5th. So expected score at the moment, 108. I think Pirates would love to see that down in double digits. I think to do that, they're going to have to break this partnership sooner rather than later. Giannani was a low full toss, but handled out there by Petrie. He batted well earlier on tonight. Good to see Claire Allen in the chat as well, watching from the UK. Hello, Claire. Welcome to Gibraltar on a Sunday night. Ooh, good keeping. But Avi is awake to it. Excellent keeping, actually, but that foot always stays down. You'd certainly trade a wide for a wicket at the moment, especially the wicket of Avinash Pai. Yeah. I do tend to like to talk keeping, because that was my position when I played, and we've seen a lot of good ones in this series. This one had a bit of height on it from Giannani, but it will float wide of the wide line. I have to bowl that one again. Yeah, Claire says she's normally a lurker. That's fine. I know we've got lots of lurkers. Trust me, I know. Petra saying that you're also a lurker most of the time. Another flighted delivery. I like that, making the batter make the pace. Giannani doing a pretty good job here. Affectionately called the Pirates the All Blacks the other night, given their strip. Puri drawn into a drive here, up in the air, but falls safely. Get back for a couple. Quick work by Burchett to get back on it. Again, like that length, kind of drawing Puri forward into a false shot, but they're not able to capitalise. Puri, good footwork to get that into a full toss. And well, nice fielding in the end. Little kick back. They'll come back for two. Oh, close. This is super duper close. Oh, I'm not sure about this. Direct hits are always interesting. Let's have a look. He's running quite wide of the line, so I don't even think we'll get a good look at it. Look, first we got the kick back. Bang. And then direct hit. Check it out. Oh, it's a big moment because it's Pai, and he is, I think he's in. I think he's just in. I think the dive saved him. The extension of that line. Yeah, it's a good dive as well. Gets the bat down. So, close, but you got to give it to Pai there. He really recognised the situation. Another batter that's a bit less professional. Probably just kind of legs that out, doesn't get the dive in. If he doesn't get the dive in, he's going to be gone there. It will just be the 2 runs though, not 4, because it was stopped. Last ball of the over. Hit hard, like a check drive, but the power's there and the placement's there too. Straight as you like, Puri getting better and better as this innings progresses. And really the bowler had ideas of stopping it, but it was just hit way too hard. And that'll take us to the end of the over. And the 50 comes up as well for Turk after 5 overs. They are 53 for 3. Great action there. That run out captured perfectly by Spring Productions. Big thanks to Elza, who's pushing the buttons for us tonight. We've got Karina and Yanis here as well. And I think they're enjoying their production room as well. They've got a little bit of a hideout there. And I had a question a day or two ago. Are the crew from Spring Productions still practicing their cricket? The answer is yes. I caught them yesterday out in the field after setting up. And they're getting pretty good as well. We might have to organise a session at the indoor nets. Okay. All right, 5 overs to go. Again, expected score 113. So it's higher than the run rate. With the run rate, you'd expect them to get 106, but I think the expected score takes into account you've got 2 batters there that can be dangerous. They've been set for a while now. Pai hasn't really opened his shoulders yet. Rare kind of second fiddle roll from the skipper. As Sweeney gets a bowl here in the 6th. This one would have been a wide, but why take the wide when you can get 4? Pye goes the uppercut, hangs the bat out there, and he catches something. Bang. Very clever batting. Maybe a risk, an unnecessary risk to even bother trying to hit that, but Pye reckons he can get more, and he does. Now, Sweeney loses it the other way. Sweeney salvage those 2 out, I think. Falls over in the follow through. Pye just works him away for 1. That expected score has popped up to 117 now. 16 after that delivery. Of course, Sunday night means Monday morning's coming. How's everyone feeling about that? Start of Group B in Cyprus tomorrow. Certainly looking forward to that, seeing some of the other teams from that region. Just clipped away by Mipuri. What these two have done pretty well is they've scored off, I'd say every ball, but they've got a very low dot ball percentage in this partnership. So if they're not, just counting the dots, these two, they've come together. They've been together for 18 balls, and there's only 2 dots in those 18 balls. They've been very busy. And the thing is, if you're getting at least 1, and you're getting something, and then obviously when that boundary comes along, it just elevates that run rate. But I think that they're very conscious of just keeping the score ticking. It looks like it's going to be ticking to 100 plus here. Pirates need to break this partnership. Spoils a wide here. Should get 2. Puri will come back fairly easily. I got a feeling this is 4. I tell you, I just got a feeling. Let's check it out. That back foot slips. Watch this. It is, I'm sure. There, you see, that's going to be 4. I wonder if they've seen this. We'll have a look one more time. But just watch the rope here. Yeah, it's definitely moved. I reckon they've, oh, no, they've got it. Okay. So he's given 4 in the end, and now it's going to be a bit more of a regulation 4. So Mirapuri, beneficiary of a slight slip. But yeah, he cashes in the next ball, and so Pirates, they've done so well to kind of restrict the boundaries there, but they give 2 away off the last two balls of the over. Mirapuri to 38. It's been a good knock. 69 for 3 after 6. A bit unlucky for the fielder there. Did well, but just kind of kissed the rope with the foot. Good spot by the officials. I thought for a second they might have missed it, but no, they were all over it. Should have known. Got a really good group of officials here in Gibraltar. Experienced, and not just their decision making, but just the way they handle the game. I often say, if you're an umpire or referee or an off-field official, there's 2 types. There's the type that can control the game and the type that let the game control them. Well, we've got the former here. They're really good at staying in control of the game, staying in charge. So respecting the players and understanding where they're coming from. I think that's something that you probably only appreciate if you've also had cricket where either there's been no officials or you've got officials that maybe aren't quite of this standard. Really do appreciate we've got good personnel here. Sweeney comes on, bunted back by Pye. It's been kind of reserved Pie here. Maybe just comfortable because of the form of Mirpuri. Pie faces up now, and now it's his turn as it's a little bit short from Van Schreven, who comes back for his second over, and it's going to be 4. Well, there's Joe Foster. Joe's someone you'll be seeing a bit more of on ECN. He's also a very good umpire, Joe. We'll see him at the ECL as one of our top umpires right now. He's in charge of the player and match official area there for the Blue Crew. Rocking the beanie. And now Pye wants more. He's going to get more back to back. And Schreven just giving it a bit more length. Gets a bit straight to Avinash Pye as well. So this total's climbing. Expected scores now up into the 120s. Rich had a very good question in the chat. Come back to that in a minute. First, Van Schreven wants to see the back of Avinash Pye. Just missing the leg stump. Not a bad shout though. Pye will be a bit upset he doesn't cash in on this one. It was in towards him. Attempts a sweep, but can't come up with it. Yeah, Rich had a question. Is there a limit on the length of the run-up in these games? And it's not a bad question at all, Rich. That does happen in some cricket I've seen in the past. All right, in the air and 6. You can forget about this one. That's going to bounce off the upright. Maximo! And Schreven once again dabbles in a bit of a straight line to Pye, and Pye goes with the movement, gets a Maximo to finish the 7th over. 85 for 3 at the end of 7. Coming up tomorrow, we have night 5. And, well, after tomorrow, we'll be exactly halfway through the group stage of this night series. Bavaria back for their second night of action, taking on Rugby CC. You can join me here at the Rock, 5:45 AM GMT, which is 6:45 in Central Europe, and 11:15 in India for matches 9 and 10. Yeah, so, Rich, there isn't a limit on the length of the run-up, but we do have the clock, and it's policed very, very strictly. So that might encourage some bowlers to shorten their run. I think also, at this level, having a simple run-up probably does you a few favours. Can't get it consistent. Mirpuri moved to 40 with this shot off his pads. Yeah, so the clock's been great. And sometimes the higher levels of cricket, they take notice of what we're doing well here at ECN. And you see the clock kind of coming in at higher levels. Players get used to it really, really easily. Keeps the pace of the game up. A little bit short. This is Petrie getting a bowl. There's the laminator. Well, they're going to go for 2 here. Spotted the throw, was not really rocketing back in. And that's good heads-up play. Avinash Pye, he's a very good runner between the wickets. Offside this time. Pye will get a single. Yeah, so I suppose they're the Pirates. We saw them have a few struggles with the bat in the second innings of the first game. Had a really bright start with those early 3 wickets, but they're the only 3 wickets they have so far. Oh, that's gone through everyone. 4 byes. Tough take for the keeper. It just misses leg stump by a whisker. Check it out here. And Harry Pye will be disappointed. He's a very good keeper, but have a look here. It's just a little bit behind where he needs to be. And ends up, I think, goes through his legs in the end. So just kind of gets in position, but doesn't get the gloves down. So it's a frustrating one for the keeper. Did a lot of things right there. You see, does get across, but see, it's a kind of awkward sideways footwork. loses his stance. And so that'll be frustrating. And now it's going to go for 4. So every time the Pirates have built up a little bit of pressure, there's been a way that it's been released. And 8 runs in 2 balls, not helping. Means this over's gone for 12 now. This time the 4 is hit. Last ball of the over coming up, Petrie. Picture of frustration at the moment. Can he break this partnership? Mipuri on 44. Lifted up, and that one is out of here. 50 for Mipuri. What a good innings. And he brings up the milestone of 22 balls. Really, really well batted. And you can see how much it means to him. This is what it's about, giving players opportunities. They bat Mipuri at 4. 3 6s and 5 4s in his knock. He's batted really well. And Avinash Pai, he's a clever captain. He knows needs more players contributing. And you can only do that by giving them some opportunities in key situations. I have a feeling that might not show all of the runs of Mipuri, that wagon wheel. This is a shot that brought it up. Again, goes with the natural angle and movement of Petrie. His over ended up being expensive. 18 come off that one. In fact, it's been a high rate ever since the power play. So the power play overs went 6, 9, and 7. At that stage, it was 22 for 3. Since then, it's been all double digits. It's been wide to start up. Giannani comes back for his second over. Yeah, so ever since the power play, the overs have gone for 18, 13, 16, 16, 18. Heavy scoring. And, well, you can't bowl there to Pai. He turns this into a full toss. And, well, Joe Foster finding out how difficult it can be on this surface. He gets absolutely trampolined here. Here comes Joe. Oh, not the greatest vertical leap I've ever seen. Luckily, we blurred that one out for you. It all happens in the ninth, as we say here on ECN. Doesn't quite get to this one. Good comeback from Giannani, who knows Avinash is after him. He's going to be charging. He's trying to turn it into a full toss. 10 balls left. Mipuri does turn this one into a full toss, and that one has some legs on it. Bang. Now, watch out. That's the best way to get your eye in. Yeah, it's Horrocks down there. There's one over his shoulder for the over. Again, look at the footwork. This is probably about a Yorker length if he stays back in his crease. But Horrocks lets it go and then almost wears it on the rebound. He's wearing the helmet. 138 now expected to score. This is some partnership. Oh, yeah, that's pure from Mipuri. He'll get 6 more. Maximo! That is well struck, and it's hit very correctly by Kabir that time. Another big over. In fact, this one's gone magical, and there's still 2 to come. The alarm bells are ringing for the Pirates. And now, just get a single. Mipuri putting on a bit of a show here. Yeah, probably class him as more of a bowling all-rounder, but certainly showing he's got the techers with the bat as well. Oh, might have been a little nick on this. Just escapes the keeper. Good chase there. Think about a second, but it's not quite there. End of the ninth. And it's a pretty large over. And the score is 125 for 3 after 9. Well, this is now comfortably Mipuri's highest score on ECN, surpassing the 29 not out that he scored last year against Rugby CC. So it's his first ECN 50, and you can see how much it meant to him as well. It's always great to see players exceeding the previous bests. Giannani, though, taken down a bit there. It's partly because the batters are now in and pretty comfortable. You can see Reyes, the 3 wickets, but no one else has been able to break through. Last over coming up, Petrie's going to get it. And they're going to trust Petrie despite his over going off the rails a little bit. He went for 18 in the 8th, but he gets the 10th anyway, and he's going to get absolutely hammered. Well, mind the windows. And Joe's getting plenty of fielding practice out there. Maximo. And Turk are going to end up somewhere near their score in the first game tonight. We saw them whacking 148 in the first game. Well, they lose the 3 early wickets here. Might end up in the same place. End of the bat job this time from Pye. We'll just get a single. The question now for Pirates is, can they get anything out of this game? Obviously, they'd like to bat really well and chase this down. It's like low 140s is being predicted at the moment. Puri is going to have to go. Nice catch by Wood. Now it's a little bit of too little too late, you feel. But Petrie is trusted with the 10th, and he does finally break the partnership. But what a partnership it's been. Remember, these two came together at 21 for 3, so they put on 111. And they do it in 41 balls, so it's a very, very good counter-attack. Well batted by Mirpuri. It's a best by some distance. 63 of 26. 5 Maximos, 5 fours in there, striking at 242. And he leaves his team in much healthier shape than when he arrived at 6 for 2 in the first over. 132 for 4. And really, that's what ECN is all about. Players improving their game. See, all the players improving all the time. And standard here in Gibraltar has gone through the roof. Certainly the couple of years since I first arrived in the nation. Horrocks gets a bat for the first time in the tournament. 3 to go. Hello to Ian, who's tuning in. Ian Cheney. All right. Well, there you go. Petrie, he's going to get 2 in 2. And Horrocks, well, he waited a long time to get a hit. And once again, we see one bringing 2. It happened in the first, it's happened in the last. And well, Horrocks, I suppose he can go back and he can concentrate on his bowling. And well, he's got Goldie after him, Golden Derek, chasing him down. But I suppose you're going to make a duck. That's not a bad time to do it with his team in control of this one. As he has to go at 132 for 5. Well, Petrie hasn't had too much to shout about until the last couple of minutes. But what he could do is he could take a hat-trick here with 2 to come. And we just had the 1 hat-trick. And it's Lorne Burns, who's had a pretty good night, particularly with the bat tonight. He took a hat-trick on the opening night. Let's see if Petrie might do it here. He could, you know, with 2 to go. You know that Gianni's going to go for it. Hat-trick ball. Could this be the second hat-trick of season 2024? No. He'll get 1. I suppose it does mean that Pye gets a chance to bring up his 50. Because you can be sure that he wants to smack this one out of the ground. Yeah, really good partnership for the 4th wicket, 111. And once again, Pirates just not having the answers through the middle overs. All right, last ball. Everyone, get your seatbelts on. Won't be a 50, but it will be 4 runs. So it will be 48 not out for Pye. Nice shot off the pads, times it well, finds the gap, and Turk are going to finish 137 for 5. Avinash Pye, he was kind of reserved there. He was a bit unselfish as well, I think, letting Mirpuri do his thing. Kind of realised the significance of the moment. That's what good captains do, good leaders do. They elevate those around them. And, well, speaking of elevated, the first ball disappeared. Big hanging full toss, but it was going to be a different story the next ball as Reyes gets the big wicket of Burns, who ends up 99 for the night. And before you knew it, one brought another as Whelan had to go for a second baller. So 6 for 2 off the first over. And would you know it, before you knew it, it was 3. 3 in the power play. So it wasn't a great situation, 21 for 3, but it brought Mirpuri and Avinash Pai together, and they put together a very, very good partnership between them. They hit 8 sixes and 9 fours. This was an interesting one. It was almost a run out, and what a difference a few centimetres could have made here. Pai taking on the throw and just beating it with the dive. Good direct hit there. But yeah, it was going to be more pain to go through the middle overs. Just listen to these overs. Once we got out of the power play was 6, 9 and 7, then 18, 13, 16, 16, 18, 22, and 12 off the last, even though it did bring a couple of wickets for Petrie. But Mirpuri, this was all about his coming of age as an all-rounder. His first ever ECN 50, brought it up in style, and then went to town. This one had some legs on it, almost took out Horrocks, who was waiting to bat. Wasn't going to get much better for Jack anyway, but that's the story still to come. Joe Foster in the action as well down there. A lot of balls disappearing. Eventually, Mirpuri would go in the last for 63. First time he'd reached 30 on the network, and he finishes in excess of 60. Horrocks, well, he had plenty of time to get his eye in off the field, and he got castled straight away. Petrie was on a hat trick. Didn't take the hat trick, but did go for a boundary last ball, and that elevated Turk to 137 for 5. Not too bad when you consider they were 21 for 3 at one stage. 63 for Mirpuri. Lit it up with 5 maximos and 5 fours. Avinash Pai, the captain, batting himself a little bit lower, giving some opportunities to those above him. And he was still able to put together a meaningful contribution. 48 not out of 22 balls. As far as the ball went, well, Reyes 3 for 13. He was a star early, but they couldn't really keep up that pace, could they, through the middle overs? And Petrie did get a couple at the end, but they felt like consolation wickets more than anything. 137 for 5 off the 10 overs. And I suppose the Pirates have got these dual targets again, don't they? 138 for the win. 96 to get a point. So, I mean, you don't really want to start looking at that, but that's certainly something in the back of their minds. But they'll want to get the job done, and maybe with that top order, including guys like Harry Pyle, you've got Reyes there lurking around, and obviously you've got a guy like Petrie as well, who played some nice shots earlier. Maybe they can shake this down. Many sound of him, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Join us after the break for the chase. The Pirates, well, they don't have a bouncer yet, but they'll be hoping to open the treasure chest. They'll need a good start. We'll see what happens after the break. Match 8, second half on the way from Gibraltar. You're watching the ECSN.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good evening, welcome back to Gibraltar. The action just keeps on coming here on night 4. And right now we're watching Pirates hoping to take down the Turk attack, but it won't be easy. 138 the target. Turk recovering from a bit of a shaky start to put 137 on the board. That's the bonus point equation. Again, can't really see the batting team chasing it in 7 overs, but possibility of Turk restricting Pirates to 95 or less and making it a perfect night. 8 points out of 8 on offer. 95 or less, meaning that 96 will be the target, a secondary target if you like, for Pirates to at least take a point out of the game. But they'll want all 138 and they've got the captain at the top of the order. I like that move. Andrew Reyes couldn't really fire earlier. He's opening up. He's going to have to deal with the left armer Jack Horrocks first up. Petrie at the other end. So you like this opening combination, but you feel there's a lot on the top 3. Pyle, I imagine we'll see at 3. So here we go, 138 the target. Last innings of the night. Full toss to start, a little bit like the first innings. It was Reyes that served that one up, but this time he's at the other end. He puts it away for 4, so a good start for the Pirates. Don't count him out here. Andrew Reyes, captain, puts himself at the wheel first up. Earlier on, Pirates had their moments but couldn't really challenge for an extended period. We saw Petrie and Sweeney putting a partnership together. Sweeney laboured a bit in his 24. Better ball from Horrocks, but well dealt with by Reyes, who gets 1. Yeah, so Pyle hasn't really fired with the bat tonight. He scored 1 of 4. I still think we'll see him at 3. I suppose one thing that Pirates are a little bit concerned about is the depth of their batting. If they could do something like what Turk did earlier, you might not need a lot of people to bat if your openers fire. Yorker, Petrie gets some bat on it. Lucky does, otherwise it could have been messy. Hello to Mrs. Burchick in the chat as well. Of course, Bernie playing tonight. Says that people are watching from the Netherlands, USA and Wales. We saw Bernie getting a hit for the first time on ECN earlier on. He's listed to come in 3 actually. Not so sure we'll see him at 3. He did get a hit last game. Horrocks beats Reyes with the angle this time. Had some agreement when I was talking about the standard being raised over the last couple of years, and I think you've seen that firsthand if you've been following European cricket, not just in Gibraltar, but really across the board. Fastest growing region in the world, Europe, as far as cricket goes. Reyes hit and run. Don't think he has the ball here, Hillman. He didn't have the ball, as it was, I think. But it was going to be home safely. 7 off this over so far. So you kind of need to go at 14s from the get-go. A couple of boundaries and over will give you a chance of achieving that. Petrie played some nice shots before. He was the one Pirate that was able to get something going. 37 off 19 he scored earlier in the night. 3 4s, 3 6s. Player. Good contest. Whacked. Great stuff by Horrocks to get a hand on that. That's frustration for Petrie. He got a full toss, but couldn't do anything with it. Just beats the bowler. There's every chance it might go for 4, but Horrocks saves it. And that's the end of 1. Pirates 7 without loss. Started brightly with a 4 as well, so Horrocks comes back with only 3 conceded off the last 5 balls of the over. Oh, we've hit 30 matches since a golden ball. Gibraltar has provided us 2 golden balls in the space of 3 matches, actually, back in our first ever series here in 2022. Europa Sports Complex. Had a bit of a golden ball glut. About this time last year, we had 5 in Malta early in the year, but they kind of dried up in the second half of the year. Well, interesting, they're going for Burns here in the second over. Reyes takes him on, gets a piece of it, but not the whole thing. Avinash Pye cleans up down the ground. I think we saw Burns bowling the second half of the innings earlier on, but they probably feel if they can jump ahead of that, jump ahead of the Pirates here, Turk, they might be able to take all the points. Late on the pull, well, wrong end. Oh, it went to Horrocks there, but he had all the time in the world. This is one of the only times that you wouldn't throw to Reyes' end. I mean, as it was, still might have had him struggling, but I think the shorter throw was the better throw there. Slides into Reyes. It's the thing about Burns, so clever and he's so accurate, and that is kind of the difference between average leg spinners and good leg spinners. That control is a very unnatural thing to bowl over the wrist. Has a few little variations as well. Has his over spinners and a bit of a wrong one as well. Thick edge, and well, it's a bit of a doosra for Bedson. Can't pick the spin off the first bounce. Watch it here on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Didn't quite get behind the line of that one. Just misjudged it. And they need 4. They get 4. Oh, this one goes down the leg side. It's going to be 5 wide, so they get a bit of a bonus here out of Lawn. Although this might be a harbinger of trouble down the road, because last time he delivered a 5 wides, he ended up taking 6 for none soon after. And this one just slides down the leg side. Not an easy take for Hillman. And 5 to the total. Lawn conceded 11 now. Another one slides down the leg side. It'll be 2 more runs. Well, non-standard 7. 7 runs to the total without a ball really being bowled. Takes the total to that ball to 11. You can see how quick things can change. Fine margins. Burns frustrated. Maybe the wind just drifting the ball down the leg side. It is going left to right on your screen. That'll do it. And Lawn, as he's done so many times, and he gets it right. He gets the result. Petrie tries to slog sweep this one out of the ground, but over goes the castle. Guess that's an 11 and out. And the Pirates lose their first wicket. Petrie goes for only 2. I think you look at this one, and you're not too happy with it as a batter. I know you're in the power play, you want to be attacking, but they just had 11 runs off the previous ball, and then he tries to smack the next one out of the ground, doesn't really cover the stumps. Burns lights it up, 20 for 1. I think that's kind of crossing the line from aggressive to reckless, considering they were tracking nicely, and that's just such a momentum killer. A few people are chasing a Royal Derek. Yeah, we haven't had a Royal Duck yet. Certainly not here in Gibraltar. I'm trying to think whether we have one in Cyprus, but I think we do have the Royal Derek ready to go. We had the Peacock Derek ready to go last night. We didn't have any ducks. So it's been a bit of a duck drought. Maybe they're all on my shirt the other night. Pyle gets in, shot at 3, and he is careful first ball. Gets some batting on this, gets a single. So into the second over, and Pirates are 21 for 1. Yeah, Derek's been a bit of a revelation, hasn't he? First appeared in, it was late March in Portugal. So he's almost got a birthday. Maybe I'll go back and try and work out what Derek's birthday is. Look at the table. Rugby CC. I want to make up some ground. We'll see them tomorrow night. Early-ish in the tournament, but then you look at the teams here. tonight they've played half their games. So it comes around quicker than you think. Horrocks is going to bowl out here in the third. We've got Hussein in the chat, feeling good about the Pirates winning the game. Well, they're going to have a big partnership, I will say that. Horrocks, 7 off his first over. It's only the first ball. They got the treatment. Sneaks this one in. Past Pyle. Yeah, Pyle's an interesting one. I think he's got a bit of an identity crisis at the top of the order. He's looking to kind of dab, and I don't mind seeing him stay still and be brave. Hit the ball hard, but hit it correctly still. Don't overthink it. Not able to get this one away from Horrocks, who picks up in his follow through. So you can see down on the bottom left of the screen the target 138, obviously to win the game, but that 96 in brackets, that's the target the batting team have to reach to at least keep their point. Every match at the moment on ECN, 4 points on offer. 3 to the winner, 1 to the loser, unless they can't reach that target, in which case they lose their point, goes to the other team. Steps across, and Pyle will get this one away. Bit of a teaser there for Betson, but it was well over him in the end. Good footwork there by Pyle. Gets that back foot back and across, and at least gets his head closer to the ball. And he'll feel a lot better after that one. Had it pretty well the other night, Harry Pyle. Also loved his keeping, as I've said numerous times this week. Only way to get something out of this game for Pirates is to get a good partnership going. This is a slight adjustment from Horrocks. Similar kind of line, but fuller. Pyle just not quite able to get across to that one in time. And I just think it's really important. We saw that from Cyprus this week as well. You know, if you lose, keep your point. It could be the difference between staying and going at the end of the group stage. They all add up. This one kind of shoots through. Yes, let me have a think on my feet. If I was Pyle here, I think I'd be taking up a stance, almost with my toes on off stump or outside, kind of daring Horrocks to bowl at the stumps. You know, maybe tactically put it back on the bowler a bit. And maybe you can get a few more. You can work off your pads to the leg side. He is having a bit of trouble reaching those balls outside off stump. Got 1 out of 3 in this over. This one might just be a wide. It's a tight one, but I feel this one hits the tram line. Horrocks agrees to disagree. Oh, actually, on second thought, might have been a harsh call. Sometimes tough for the umpires to judge exactly when it passes the crease. You get quite an angular bowler like Horrocks. Makes a tough call even tougher. Anyway, Pirates get an extra run and an extra ball. And they're going to get more. No, they've put the fielder back there now. And so this will just be a single and a decent power play for Turk. They restrict the Pirates to 27 for 1 in the first 3 overs. Quick hello to everyone once again in the chat. Throw in some random questions if you like, because this is the last innings of the night. I also want to give a warm welcome to all of our viewers watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent. How are you enjoying the 6 matches a day at the moment? Not bad for this time of year. Cricket in Europe in January, if you don't mind. Have a look at that first innings and how things turned around when they got out of the power play. A few tall towers there, consistent scoring. Mipuri and Pai putting together a very, very good partnership for the 4th wicket. Remember, they came together 21 for 3. They put on 111 in just 41 balls. Speaking of Mipuri, here he is. He'll be feeling on top of the world after scoring his first half century on the network. 63 off 26. And yeah, he got tongues wagging with his slightly unusual index finger celebration. Let's see what he can do here in over number 4. Didn't feel right about that one, so he bails out. Hello to Ivan B, who's in the chat as well. Hello to Cosmic Nana watching from Texas. Hello to Egan Dantas. How are you, Egan? Good to see you as well. Pulled away by Pyle, and it's into the burn zone, so I'll only get a single. It's important to have good fielders in important positions. I think here in Gibraltar, given the wind, that deep mid wicket is a very important position. Burns is very professional in his fielding skills. Handles that one no problem at all. Reyes, he's starved for the strike somewhat, but he's going to get 4 here. Nice shot. Mirpuri kind of hangs this one outside the off stump. Not a bad delivery. Not a lot of footwork there, but he does stay very still and he just judges the line perfectly. Had to time that one well to get it away. That's exactly what he does. Rate required at the moment, about 16 and over for the win. There's that caravan in the background. I'm still waiting for someone to hit that. Reyes is very capable. It's in that general direction, but doesn't get under it. Just get a single. There's Avinash Pai. We haven't seen bowling yet in this innings, but imagine he getting over or two. I've liked the attitude of some of the captains as well. Finding that balance between trying to get the job done, but also trying to get more of their players in the game to develop their skills. Worked away leg side this time, and it's going to be 4. Well, Burns is a good fielder, but he couldn't quite get to that in time. So Pyle gets 4. It's pretty good timing. It's the kind of ball that's undone a lot of batters because the odd one has kind of shot through from off spinners on that line, but Pyle's good enough to get a fair bit of willow on it, and he gets a boundary. Pyle eyeing off that area again. And he'll go in that area. He hits this one pretty well as well. That's gone a long way. Maximo. Good shot. Again, very quick hands. I mean, it's probably below stump high, but because he's in position so quickly, he makes it look easy. It wasn't easy. Mirpuri getting a bit of his own medicine here. He's gone for 16 now with a ball to go in the 4th, and Pirates fighting back. Yeah. Pyle puts his sensible hat on there. Doesn't do anything crazy. Keeps the strike. And at the end of 4 overs, it's 44 for 1. Coming up tomorrow with Group A done and dusted in Cyprus, we move to Group B and we'll see the Black Caps versus the Punjab Lions first up. Then Amdocs versus the Nicosia Fighters in the afternoon session. Charlie Hunt and Rico Full are flying the flag for ECN over there. The other team in Group B is Royal CC. So join us for more action tomorrow morning, 6:45 AM GMT, which is 7:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 PM in India. For more action, a new week starts Monday morning. Don't get the blues. Join us here on ECN. Get your fix of European cricket. 5th over coming up. 11 and over the rate through the first 4. It's decent, but it's not quite on the rate to win the game. Whelan gets the call here. I think it just bit back enough to come inside the wide line. Frustration for Pyle. Now Pyle tries to take on the fielder. Doesn't get it over him. In fact, Morris isn't quite able to get under it either. They go back to some of the tactics we've been talking about. Talking about Pyle maybe taking off stump guard. They're saying to a right arm spinner it's a good plan. Maybe not to a left or right arm over it's a good plan. Maybe not a left arm because the leg stump might be exposed. Reyes gets plenty of this. Goes up and over the top. 1 bounce for Cuatro Carreras. The captain trying to keep Pirates in the hunt. This would have been a wide. But he gets a good look at it and feels confident. He saw there was a gap over there as well. Nice shot by Andy. Yeah, so I suppose, leaving the leg stump exposed in this form of the game, sometimes I feel it's a risk that you have to take. One out, too short from Whelan. He struggled with his control tonight. It was a half tracker and it was a big smacker from Big Andrew who gets 6. And this game is turning. Fortunately, the only thing Whelan's turning is his head around to watch the ball fly out of the ground. Yeah, so I think, you know, if you can get the bowler bowling at the stump sometimes, or getting them to change their tactics, and sometimes that can play into your hands. You need to take risks, calculated risks in this form of the game. Oh no, that's asking for trouble as well. Over corrected there, Whelan. Knee-high full toss swung away, and Reyes is out of the box. Moves to 30. I think with the trajectory of that, it's coming down below the waist. And so, Reyes cashing in. 15 off this over now. But having said that, I mean, the rate required is about 16 and over. So, say they get a single off this, this is pretty much a draw as far as the match situation goes. You kind of need a magical or two, you'd imagine, to get back in it. Last ball, the 5th. It's also hit pretty well by Reyes. And once again, we'll get 6 runs. Maximo! Well, that one does go magical. No, Whelan goes back to the drawing board. 5 overs in here, and it's 65 for 1. Well, everyone, don't spit out your evening coffee. The Pirates are still flying the flag. And the other thing that over does, it puts them in a really good position, at least to take that point out of the game. Remember that they can exceed 70% of the total, they at least take a point. But right now the Pirates, with that over, they'll be feeling a bit better about the game in general. They've gotten the rate down to 146 pace, so 14.6 and over required in the last 5 overs. Hello to Elsboy, nice to see you in the chat as well. I noticed you picked up a crowd, and so Elsboy, thanks again for your support. We really appreciate it because of our wonderful viewers like you that we're able to keep bringing you the action. Here's Burns. They bring him back to get the momentum back. Scoots this one past Pyle. Pyle does kind of like to go on that back foot. I've noticed that. There's Lorne, if he goes outside, as he does zip it through, maybe you can little reverse jink him. Use that pace, maybe sneak a boundary that way. But he does, the risk with that, if you're premeditating, he does bowl a lot of balls in at the stumps. And actually, if anything, he's been missing leg today, if anything. Adios! And Pyle gets his middle stump rearranged. Burns does it again. The thing with Burns, he's not really turning a lot sideways, a lot of just kind of scooting on. He's a tough proposition. He's a good player. And against his old side, he's causing him a few headaches. See, this one hurries on. More of a top spinner than anything. And Pyle has to walk. Has to make a few more than the first game, but he's going to have to go for 19 off 16, and Pirates lose a second, 65 for 2. Sweeney comes to the crease at number 4. Yeah, let me think. Burns at the moment, okay, yes, he's tough to play, but I think I'd be playing him almost like a slow medium bowler because he's not really turning the ball. He's capable of doing that, but it's not really the tactics he's using at the moment. He's just trying to get the ball on the stumps, going fairly stump to stump. That one hits middle stump. Easier said than done. Like I said, Lorne Burns, his guy. He's been in the county system in England as well. Had a little bit of time out from the game. He's also a very good golfer, Lorne Burns. Right now, he's letting his fingers do the talking. What can Sweeney do? Coming off 24 in the last game. Oh, gets done like a dinner. This one shoots through. I feel like playing back to Burns is a bit of a death sentence at the moment. Again, he's tough to get down to and drive as well. So I suppose I've raised more questions than answers in my analysis this over. There we go. Sweeney wants a piece of him, but it hangs in the air. And, well, he gets plenty of it. Maximo! And Yeah, like I said, the previous ball, I think playing back is tough, the way these balls are shooting on. So Sweeney gets his big front leg down the pitch and puts him over mid-wicket for 6. Good counter-attack, and it's a confidence booster for Sweeney. Burns 2 for 20 with the ball to come. Tries again. Does he get it again? He sure does. Maximo! Oh, George Sweeney, where have you been all my life? Goes down, he smacks another one out of the ground. And so back-to-back Maximos to finish the spell of Burns. And Pirates move to walking stick, 77 for 2 after 6. That's a real boost. Because suddenly an over that looked hopeless, in fact they hadn't scored off the first 4 balls, you get 12 out of it. Plus, it's the end of Burns. Mirpuri coming back. Still a long way to go, but they have that rate around about 15 and over required, which it has been for a while, so they've kind of stayed on it. Well, thanks to that big hitting from Sweeney. Front foot. Don't go back and be a sitting duck. Reyes. Maybe giving it both barrels here. It's a low full toss, but he only gets 1. Can't get under it. Sweeney, he's on a heater. Let's see if he can continue to Kabir Mirpuri. Be trying, I think, yeah, keep going with what's working. Get forward if at all costs. This one is a low full toss. Can't get the gap. Pye does the fielding. Mirpuri hoping that the batting form can translate over to his bowling in his last over of the night. Contest is against Reyes. He drags it down. Well, he likes it here, doesn't he, Hillman? Let's have a look. Oh, does that sneak out? Oh, he's gone, I reckon. He is gone. What a good bit of keeping. The heels in the air, and Reyes is going to have to go. Outstanding hands from Hillman. And well, Reyes, he needed to put on the high heels, didn't he? Because he's raised the heel and Hillman does the rest. And really, Hillman knew straight away. Oh, frustration for Reyes. It was a bit of a nothing ball, really, from the Brewery. It was pushed through outside the off stump. And it was a good knock from Reyes. Let's just check it out again. He really gets the bails off quickly here. Most in one motion. And yeah, Hillman, he liked it, didn't he? And it's only just gone, but he is gone. And Reyes, well, he was hoping for the best. That's the sort of one you might get away with if you don't have the cameras. But Mirpuri does get a crucial breakthrough. But yeah, you got to take your hat off. Maybe buy a beer to your keeper. Alex Hillman, outstanding work. We've seen some really good keeping in this series, really from all teams. Hillman, still young as well. He's only 20 years old. Saw him hitting 50 earlier on tonight. Burchett gets a bat. And he'll get one first up. Bernie. I know he's already got a bit of a following from all of our USA viewers. We do get a lot of them in the night series because it's a good time zone, middle of the day in America. Bernie, love it. Boundary, wasn't able to strike one earlier on. Sweeney, I think he gets a bit of bat on this. He'll get through for a single. Leg by is signalled, but as it was, I don't think that ball was going on to hit the stumps. The other thing is here is Pirates certainly look good for that 96 to at least take a point away. Make sure it's not a total demolition job. 8 points out of 8 for Turk tonight. Swing and a miss. So Mirpuri coming back with a really good over. There's only 3. How many off that? Let me just do a recount. 1, 2, 3. I suppose a leg by. So 3 to the bowler, 4 in total. Good over. And the score is 81 for 3 after 7. Coming up tomorrow night, Bavaria back on the park. Start of a new week. Monday Night Cricket live from the G. And by G, I mean Gibraltar. Rugby CC trying to climb off the bottom of the table. Only a single point in their previous series. And that's all coming up same time every night here in Gibraltar, 5:45 p.m. GMT, which is 6:45 in Central Europe. It's 11:15 p.m. in India. So if you are watching in the subcontinent, stay up late and catch the action. Avinash Pai hasn't bowled yet, so you can mark him down for 8 and possibly 10. They're a little smoky here to even defend 95 or less. If they can choke up these two. I mean, Sweeney's one that you'd probably want to have to get rid of to do that. Well, they might. Straight away, he's gone. And so Pai gets a crucial breakthrough. Sweeney's gone. Really any chance, I think, of the win. Walks off with him. Pai gets it spot on. Let's check it out in the replay. Yeah, I don't see that missing. And Avinash. Well, waited a while to bring himself in, but you can see it pretty much hit him dead in front. Check it out in the replay. Hard to see what that was missing live. And the replay doesn't really raise any more questions. So 81 for 4. So yeah, now we've got kind of game within a game here. 15 required. There's 17 balls left. That's for Pirates to get a point. Now Danny Canepa, he's got big man energy. He could certainly pass that 96 pretty quickly. Pai decides to go around the wicket to him first up. And this is something that Canepa struggled with earlier, that angle across. So Avinash, very clever cricketer. He's just locked it away in the memory bank, and so he's decided to go that straight away, even though he took the wicket over the wicket. Canepa just needs to get one out of the middle to feel a bit better about life. Hasn't yet. They're going to run here. So suddenly that 96 isn't looking as easy as it was a moment ago. Ian Chaney, great keeping it was by Hillman. And potentially that could effectively get them an extra point at the table. And it's good night, Charlene. Canepa's going to have to go for a duck. And Pai, well, like I said, he locked away that info in the memory bank, and he felt that was the angle of attack that was going to be the most effective to Big Danny. And yeah, like I said, that 96 suddenly looking like a bit of a task. Danny likes to show all 3 stumps to the bowler, but he just hasn't had the timing tonight. He'll be disappointed. Danny actually even makes Derek look small, doesn't he? And he's going to have to go. And suddenly the Pirates just hit the skids, 81 for 5. In fact, if you go back to the earlier night, they ended up making 88. Well, hold on a second. Oh, Derek has grown into a Danny-sized Derek. All Spring Productions. Love your work there. Anyway, Danny, we all have these kind of nights. Don't let it get to you. Hopefully, we can see you back to your best soon. Anyway, it's going to be Ben Wood that comes out in the number 7 spot here. Got to get to this 96, however you can. Nope. Pitches outside leg stump. That's why I like good umpires here. That filled all the criteria but one. Look at this. That's a good stump outside leg stump. And like I said, hits him in line. Would have smashed the stumps. Top ball though. Hey, he's on a double wicket maiden at the moment. Avinash Pai. What an over. 15 off 13 needed for the BP. To avoid the BP. Oh, Bernie goes. Could have trouble. He's missed. Oh, he had all day and a half, didn't he? Wood could have been run out for a duck. Check this out on the replay. So he also spoils his own maiden. Almost eats the ball. Double clutch. You can see that. Well, Bernie was running. Wood didn't really have a choice. And he gets there in the end. Well, Avinash, he gets to taste the artificial turf, but 2 for 1, still a very good over. The score 82 for 5 after 8. So yeah, the Pirates, who knows, they could be in a battle to stay or not stay at the end of the group stage. So every point matters. They need 14 off 12 for a point. That's where we're at. Groom saying Derek's been on the pies. All right, 14 off 12 to get a point. That's where we're at now. Wood gets to face Benson, who gets a bowl here in the 9th. This one creeps down the leg side. Yeah, so Benson's got to do a job here. 5 down. It's nice to see Benson getting a crack here. In a kind of semi-pressure situation too. But he's just lost this one the other side. So if he averages those 2 out, they'll be in business. I've seen all the bowlers, or almost all the bowlers, having a few issues when they've had their first bowl in the tournament. So he's not in an army of one there. Better ball this time. Wood will hit and run. So here's Bernie. And can he turn this into a classic weekend at Bernie's situation? Still to hit a boundary. I think with Bernie, he's only 16. There's no way that he'll get that reference, but maybe somebody from the Burchick family can tell him what I'm talking about. Classic movie. I can't believe they made a sequel to Weekend at Bernie's. That is probably the most amazing thing. Yeah, well bowled by Benson. Now credit to him for coming back. Sprayed right and left, but the last 2 have been pretty good. So we're talking 11 for the point now for Pirates. This is kind of exactly why the enhanced point system has breathed life into a few games this year. It's going to be a wide, just misses. So yeah, Benson, sometimes he's got it, sometimes he hasn't at the moment. Getting pretty windy, so that's why it's not the easiest, especially if you're got a slow medium. Wind does have an impact on the delivery. Now, Burchick gets a piece of this, almost knocks Wood off his perch, and he'll get a single. Yeah, so the fact that the secondary target does make this a very interesting contest now. A little bit short, and Wood's after him. He's going to get 4. And so that helps a lot. It's a little bit too short and angled in. Dragged down. Actually, Wood was on the charge a little bit. Just bounces inside. And that'll be 4. Gets him up into the 90. So 5 required off 8 now. Look, they should do it, but the runs aren't going to make themselves. Two to come. They say it all happens in the 9th. Better ball. Let's get 1 here. So Benson doesn't want to concede a boundary here, that's for sure. And the other thing is, who did bowl the last over? Remember, he'd probably get Avinash Pye the last over. If they're really getting ruthless, and that's what you do. Try and get that point. Last ball of the 9th. Good ball from Benson. Burchick gets 1, and that's all he's going to get. So it's the end of 9, and the score is 93 for 5. So interesting situation, because yes, the Pirates, they're guaranteed 7, the Turk side I should say, they're guaranteed 7 points out of 8 tonight. And you can see the options they've got. And if you've only got 3 to defend here, so you've got a guy that's taken 2 for 1 in his first over. But looks like Avinash, he's thinking, no, it's really important that we give opportunities to everyone who's coming down. And so it's going to be Jake Jackson that gets the ball here in the last. Well, the Pirates supporters, I think they're pretty happy that they don't have to deal with Avinash. He decides to protect his average, 2 for 1 in this one. All right, so 3 to get. Bernie can cover yourself in glory here. Let's see what Jackson's given us. Oh, pretty straight. Well struck though. Just a single. Jackson's got to be careful not to get too short here. Certainly built for fast bowling, isn't he? Needing 2 of 5 for the point. Ooh. Swing and a miss. Make that 2 off 4. Remember, there's no kind of tie for the extra point. So if they get 96, then they get the point, Pirates. 95 isn't good enough. Ah. Love a good contest within a contest. 2 to get. And that could be it. Hits it hard. But he finds the fielder. Burns. Oh. Then it bounces off the batter. This is where I think you got to put the choke on a little bit. I'd bring the field up here. Again, I don't know if they're exactly aware of the situation. And Bernie can bring up a point for Pirates as long as he can score here. He's got 3 chances to do it. And this one hangs in the air, and he's going to get that run. So the Pirates, they've played well enough, I think, to take something out of the night. So at least they'll get that 1 point. So Bernie, well, it's not quite the winning runs in the World Cup, but it's something. It's a start. Does well to get a bit of bat on that. Jackson hasn't bowled a bat over here by any means either. He's certainly shown he can do a job. Slightly awkward because of his height. This one ties up Wood, almost hits him in the wood. And just 1 ball left in the night. So yeah, these things matter. So the difference there, but the Pirates get 1 point and Turk gets 3. So, 2 points gained by Turk on Pirates. Otherwise, it would have been 4-0. It would have been 4 points gained. Can be a big difference. Last ball of the night. And Wood will get 1, and that will do it. Good over by Jackson in the end. He only concedes 4, and Pirates not able to crack 100, but they do get past the barrier to get the point at least. So that's something. And they're going to finish on a score of 97 for 5. Once again, I want to thank everyone out there for their company tonight. Hopefully you've enjoyed Sunday night cricket live from Gibraltar. Coming back to you tomorrow night as well, same time, matches 9 and 10. Bavaria back to take on Rugby CC. Those 2 teams playing their 3rd and 4th matches respectively. 5:45 p.m. GMT, which is 6:45 in Central Europe, and 11:15 p.m. in India. Join us for that. Should be a good one. Next cricket you'll see, though, will be in the morning, as Cyprus will get cracking day 6. First day of Group B there, so you get to see some new teams to this tournament, although we've seen all of those teams before on the network. Black Caps and the Lions, Punjab Lions that is, in the morning. And then Armdocs versus Nixia Fighters in the afternoon. That's an early start for you, as Cyprus certainly has been providing its fair share of entertainment as well. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights of this one. And Burns wasn't quite firing all cylinders, but he's so difficult to deal with. That's something that we've seen time and time again, as he was able to get Petrie early. Reyes and Harry Pyle put together a decent looking partnership. Reyes in particular looked to be a man on a mission while he was out there. Played some nice shots. But in the end, we saw Pyle going after to get a few runs off Burns, but missing a straight one. But Sweeney came out and he was able to whack a couple away in a row. And that made things a little bit interesting. This was a fantastic bit of keeping from Hillman to get Reyes. That really put Turk on the right track. Pye, he came on and he grabbed 2 for 1 in his over. And he's very clever how he goes about his work. He's always thinking Avi. He went round the wicket, got Canepa. Felt that that was a good angle of attack and it worked out. Late in the piece, the real question was, could Pirates get to the 96 they needed to at least take a point out of the game? And in the end, they were able to do that. And who knows, that could be important when we get down the stretch. So yeah, 96 they needed for the point. They get 97, so they only just get there. 37 for Reyes. I like the look of him at the top of the order. I think that could be his spot. Pyle, again, wasn't quite able to strike the ball as well tonight as we saw the other night. Sweeney with 13, hit a couple of big ones. Burchick and Wood did what was necessary to get Pirates something out of the night, but still 7 points out of 8 will go to Turk, who now go clear at the top of the table. 2 for 1, Pye steals the figures, but also pretty unselfish from Avi tonight. I think having made some runs the other night, he batted himself a bit lower, still batted very well. 2 wickets also to Lorne Burns in there, 1 to Mirpuri, had a really good game. I think he might be lined up for player of the match for his 60-odd in the first innings and that wicket as well. Well under Bedson and Jackson towards the end as well, given opportunities. They didn't do too much wrong either. Maybe the 11 wides, a handful too many, but still, Turk, maybe a little bit upset not to be able to get all the points, but still a pretty productive night for them. 7 points out of 8. Once again, I want to give a big thank you to everyone who's tuned in on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, in particular, everyone who was able to get interactive on the chat. If you haven't already, please give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel, because every subscriber is one closer to 400k. Also, I want to give a big thank you to all of our crew at Spring Media for their work here. Bit of an easier night for them, given the conditions, and all the blue crew as well, the players, officials, umpiring, excellent tonight as well. Everything running smoothly, that's the way we like it. Just quickly, EuropeanCricket.com, that's the place you can go to see all the fixtures and scores. You can see EuropeanCricket.com down there. That's where you got to go. It's the home of European cricket, and we'll be back tomorrow night. Bavaria versus Rugby CC. That should be a pretty interesting contest. Both those teams can use some points at this stage of the night. Bavaria were pretty good last night, actually. Black Caps Lions will be an absolute banger in the morning. Certainly worth setting your alarm for. That's Cyprus, day 6, first day of Group B, coming your way. Rico and Charlie over there doing a fantastic job for us. Amdocs and the Fighters in the afternoon. Royal CC are the other side in Cyprus. In Group B, we'll see them on Tuesday. So once again, thanks so much for your company. It's been great to have you with us. We've got some of the best bits of day 4 here in Gibraltar coming your way. Once again, happy birthday, Simon, as part of our Blue Crew. He turns 40 today, and what better way to celebrate it than cricket on the rock. So we'll see you tomorrow night. I'll be lurking in Cyprus. I'll be right here in Gibraltar, ready for you in the evening as the sun goes down. Join us for more cricket from Europa Point. This is Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN, signing off, and I'll see you tomorrow for more European cricket at night. Enjoy the best bits of night 4. And for now, it's hasta mañana.